Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside
Racing Rachel.
That's right. Track announcer John G. Dooley. We're here to take you through a 9-race card, preview it, and look back to some of the results from yesterday as we started off a 4-day stretch here of racing in the Hoosier State. And the main track is fast. The turf course is firm. Turf rail this week remains set at 12 feet. But a couple of riding doubles yesterday, training doubles. We'll talk about that in just a second. But we've got 9 on tap today, 8 thoroughbred races, and a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash with 300 yards for Martha Clausen to figure out at 6 o'clock.
Yes, thank goodness for Martha. And she's going to be here next weekend on June 27th. It's going to be an all quarter horse, all trial day. But yeah, she's going to cover the last one for us. And wonderful weather again today. I mean, I said it on FanDuel TV. I said maybe we are going to be lucky and all the rain's out of the way. And now it's just going to be a hot, nice, sunny summer.
Will we have sunny skies all day long? Well, for that, it's time here during the A block
Amber,
to check in with
don't let me down.
the Weather Authority, Fox 59's Amber Hardwick. Amber, Rachel's waiting for the forecast. How do things look for our racing card here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis? Amber.
Hello, I'm Fox 59 meteorologist Amber Hardwick, and for our race day planner today, we are going to have highs in the upper 70s and a chance for spotty showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon. Most of the activity moves out after 7 o'clock this evening, mostly cloudy tonight.
Amber does know that post time is 6:15 for the finale here today with that forecast.
I hope, yeah, I hope she does, because yeah, once it gets a little later, we'll be a little nervous. But we are not going to talk about it. I'm going to pretend she didn't say that.
126 here on the pre-race show. John and Rachel, and again, as we get closer to the 2:10 kickoff for today's racing program. By the way, those Wednesday and Thursday cards also kick at 2:10 here Eastern. Main track fast, turf course firm, turf rail, as I mentioned, set at 12 feet. But going back to yesterday, Marcelino Pantoja Jr. with a nice quick fire double, and Santos Sanjor had a pair of winners on the card yesterday too to start off the week.
Yeah, he started in race 4, another back-to-back day, 4 and 5, and he started with E-Star Do 2.
Astardo 2.
Astardo 2.
The dam is Astardo, so.
Oh, Astardo, the dam. Astardo 2. Yeah, I was thinking it was Do 2. Joel.
Do the do?
Zawitz. Do the do. There's been 2 I've been confused about. He texted me yesterday and told me 1580 for this one. A nice ride by Marcelino, and then we'll go into race. Yeah, 1580. Yeah. Very nice. And then into race 5, number 2, All Bark, No Bite. Gennaro Garcia.
Wins back-to-back for Marcelino Pantoja Jr. He's a 3-time title holder here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, vying for yet another crown this year, and going sense 4-1. A blistering pace there. Look at that, just under 22.5 and 44, and then some. And All Bark No Bite had going sense right in the crosshairs, and boom, it goes to All Bark No Bite under Marcelino Pantoja Jr. Nice double on the day for him, who's vying for the riding title here, right there at the top, along with Fernando de la Cruz, Alberto Burgos, also Joe Ramos, Mitchell Murrow. There's the top of the leaderboard right there.
They made me look smart, because Santos Sanjor gets another double, and I was just talking about him earlier, how he's sneaky good, and he scores a double in the 6th race with the number 6 Tuzzy for Mr. Tony Duran and Katie Duran, 1180.
Yeah, and Marcelino Pantoja Jr. winning races 4 and 5. Up came the 6th. This was a really nice ride by Santos Sanjor here. Coming up the rail, he was running 4th in the early stages. Again, a lot of quick fractions here in the sprints at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a lot of sub-110 races too.
Yeah,
so
really.
They've been burning up the track, but this was a nice ride. Santos Sanjor just settled Tazzy back, broke like a rocket, settled, came with a flourish, and one going away in 109. Good time there too for Tazzy, taking that win for Kathy and Tony Duran's Rancho Monarca on yesterday's card.
Race 8, number 3, Nothing But Justice. 1060 was his next Justice bred shocker.
And Tazzy and Santos Sanjor rallying from just off the pace upon straightening away. This was a different story. Santo just went right on offense with Nothing But Justice, what is one of the first-time starters going to 6 furlongs, 22.09, half mile. Kind of a nice little breather there, 45.39, and then had the kick to finish them off.
That's right, a very nice double by Santo. Don't leave him out. He's a very talented rider. And we got the total for
How about that? Just over $8,000.
Insane. Super excited about it.
That was last Saturday. We had Silks and Roses here to benefit the I Win Foundation. That's Indiana Women in Need. And thanks to all that joined us here at the races. We had a terrific turnout last Saturday. It's the only evening card of the season. Of course, we have those quarter horse Saturday mornings that start at 10:45 a.m., but no more 5:10 starts. But the crowd showed up, and certainly we appreciate all of you that made donations to I Win last Saturday.
Yeah, $7,795.05.
Speaking of this week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and speaking of quarter horse racing, again, we close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 300 yards. That's the 6:15 finale. And of course, quarter horse racing expert, our friend Martha Clausen, will be talking about that during the 6 o'clock hour with her handicapping. We got the QHREI Derby final coming up this week on Thursday here. We're also going to be on Fox Sports too, America's Day at the Race.
Yeah, Rachel's going to have a really fun Thursday this year, this week. This one is the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby final on Thursday. 17th running is headed by fastest winner WR Hot Shot from Tim Eggleston Barn. Eduardo Diaz will ride. Tony Cunningham is 2 quarter horse wins away from 1,000. So yes, Thursday's going to be a really, really nice day of racing. We're going to be having that first part, races 1 through 6 on Fox, race America's Day at the Races, and then we will close things out with quarter horse stakes races.
Yeah, we often mention the leading jockeys and trainers thoroughbred-wise here at the track. As far as the quarter horse jockeys go, right there is Eduardo Luna Diaz and Danny Martinez toward the top of the quarter horse ranks, along with Tim Eggleston, who's now one up on Tony Cunningham. And you mentioned Tony, just 2 away from that quarter horse milestone victory with 1,000 career quarter horse victories. Coming up here thoroughbred-wise, June 24th, it's the World Jockey Challenge. And we're looking forward to that coming up. And Team Puerto Rico often very strong in that. And you start talking about Joe Ramos, of course, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Alberto Burgos, all proud to represent their home nations here on June 24th. It's the 12th annual World Jockey Challenge. Will it go again? Will Joe Ramos raise the trophy high for Team Puerto Rico? And it's the World Cup time too. So.
I know, it just fits in so well. Not only that, are all of our jockeys going to be competing. They get points for each finish. Top 4, I believe Tammy does. And then we also will have the $100,000 Nobody Listens, one of our greater, most recent racehorses, and then the $100,000 Checkered Flag. So be sure to be here. We also have a $1,000 Horseshoe Legends instead of Warriors that day.
By the way, just saw Jimmy McNerney walk in to take his free soda. To remind everybody, it's the Jockey Agent Contest here today.
I'd be
at
Jimmy
Horseshoe
Mac if I could
Indianapolis. Today's contest, there it is, runs all the way through July 14th as you get those points, as you build them up to the grand finale here, the $1,500 finale on Tuesday, July 14th. This contest running since we talking about during the Kentucky Derby period, that first Saturday in May. This contest is on Tuesdays for all of you on track. First Floor OTBs. While you're there, you can check out the new Railbirds gift shop open for 2026. Online players at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. But it's a Jockey's Agent contest today. Racing Rachel.
That's right. Be sure to enter. It is completely free, and really all you have to do is walk up and write down all Jimmy Mac's jockeys, and you will win.
I mentioned, by the way, last Saturday, and again, all the money, just under $8,000 raised for Indiana Women in Need, the I Win Foundation here. Again, that was last Saturday. We've got a quarter horse, another morning card coming up, all quarter horse racing here, and that'll be 1 week from this Saturday on June 27th. That card starts at 10:45 a.m. We had one in May. This one coming up here on the 27th, and then in July, a couple of quarter horse racing Saturday mornings in August, and they wrap up with a 10:45 a.m. start on October the 3rd. By the way, really quick, speaking about quarter horse racing, thoughts and prayers to the family of Harley Green.
Yes, definitely want to send our condolences. What a racing legend. I remember 10 years ago, just kidding, it was like 14 years ago, the first year, 13, I can't remember. It was a long time ago. The first year that I emceed the QHREI banquet, it was the first time I'd ever done it. It was the quarter horse one before the thoroughbred one.
Were you nervous?
Yeah. No, I wasn't nervous at all, but I didn't realize that if I gave Harley the mic, I'd never get it back. After that, there was like a rule from, I think it was Randy Hafner was the president maybe, or Paul Martin. Oh, rest in peace. All my men right there are all in heaven. So, yeah, I wouldn't be who I am without them. So it was a trip, though. They were like, from now on, Rachel, don't let go. Just let him talk. But that way you can kind of control it. Because, man, he told us that night the whole history of Indiana quarter horse racing. And I'm glad he did. Don't get me wrong. But, yeah, he was a wonderful man. He knew everything about quarter horse racing. He fought to get pari-mutuel wagering in this state for quarter horse racing. Brian Elmore started in quarter horse racing with him. I mean, just a wonderful man, and we are so sorry for the family's loss, and really ours here in the state of Indiana.
Yeah, well said. The Horseshoe Indianapolis family. Our condolences to the family and so many friends of Harley Green. May Harley rest in peace. Here in 2026, we talk about during this time on the pre-race show, just to mention, and we're certainly proud of all of our sponsors here with racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2026. Thanks to Brown Foreman, of course, Tequila Aradora, Murphy Trailer Sales, Jimmy Mac's got so much money, he might need a trailer there to put all that cash in. Fernando having another typically good meet. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984.
Plus, he has all kinds of side hustles.
Man, a lot of 765. He might even win the contest.
He sends me antiques all the time that I'm very jealous of.
B&H Electric, they are the tote board sponsor, and they've got their sign right up there on the starting gate here at the track. They've got locations not only in Shelbyville, but Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. Midwest Rancher, they've signed on sponsorship-wise with us to help promote racing here in the Hoosier State this year. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com. You can call them at the number you see on your screen. They've got their location in Seymour. Cheers to Midwest Rancher. And also, don't forget about Russ Hubler Ford. They've got their dealership there in Greensburg. They're on the web at russhublerford.com. You can ring them up at 812-651-4615. Socials, you can reach out to me. I was watching Royal Ascot this morning. Bo Echo undefeated 5 for 5 in an absolute thriller. Racing Rachel. You're on X at Racing Rachel M. There's Martha Clausen. Martha Clausen will be along during the 6 o'clock hour to talk about that quarter horse juvenile dash to wrap up the card. And yep, B's out. B's out this week. He's busy. We move in Jimmy
Everybody
McInerney.
needs a little time off.
At Jimmy_McInerney there on X. Also, track-wise, we're all over socials, not only on X, but Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing, just like Jimmy McInerney does. Fast and Furred, we had Amber Hardwick join us from Fox 59 with the weather forecast. We've got 9 on tap. Really nice turf mile feature, too, with a field of 11. There's one scratch out of that. That's a really nice turf feature.
It is.
Chris Polson, great job, and crew putting together today's card. And back on it, also the $1 Horseshoe
He's
hat trick, all turf pick
talented.
3.
That's right.
Parting
Mr.
words?
Chris Polson is amazing. Those are my parting words.
Okay.
I literally, if I had to.
And Valerie Riggs, too.
Oh, Valerie. She is the best right-hand man ever. It reminds me of George Washington and Hamilton. Me and Tammy are on a Hamilton kick right now.
I can tell.
However, I will tell you,
What's that?
yesterday when I said, I can't remember, I gave him a shout out then too. He's been putting together really, really nice races though. Have you noticed? I mean,
they've been
really,
terrific. Yeah.
like I'm watching on FanDuel and I'm seeing some of the other fields compared to what our races look like. And I'm telling you, it's just chef's kiss.
$2 million to start off the week here, wagering-wise yesterday. Let's keep it going, racing fans. And, of course, don't forget those pick fives. We're about to go to the B block with Jimmy McInerney. He'll be talking about the pick fives. Low 11.99% takeout. That's all season long. Okay, that's what it'll be. So we're going to step aside here from the clubhouse set on Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns. It'll be Jimmy McInerney. It's now this week, at least for today and Wednesday and Thursday. It's the J block. So Jimmy McInerney for Racing Rachel, track announcer John Giuduli for now. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Arigato. Arigato.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to the second half of the Wire to Wire show. Jim McNerney standing in for Brian Aragoni today and the next couple of days, in fact, here at the track. And what a wonderful card put together. You heard them talk about Chris Poulsen and staff. Great 9-race card here. We're fast and firm, turf rail set at 12 feet. And again, first 8 for the thoroughbreds. The last is the quarter horse. And a couple of pick 5s in the card. We'll talk about the one in the first race. Also, don't forget that Horseshoe hat trick turf pick 3 kicking off in race 5. That's $1 base bet. We got the last call double. Wagering options, we have you covered. So the first race will start off on the dirt with a mile event to start this this Tuesday card here. It's a filly and mare conditional claimer. Non-winners a 2 for $10 to race a mile. It does start that 50-cent pick 5. You heard John talk about that low takeout, 11.99%. Very alluring to most horse players, and we have 2 of them here with those low takeouts. I threw together a ticket here to start the day off. It's a $54 play in race 1. To get it going here, I expected most of the money to come in on the 1 and 4. Obviously, the 1's 8 to 5 in the morning line. The 4 was third choice. Is taking some action down from those 5 to 1 morning line odds. But those are 2 of the 3 horses we'll talk about in here to kick off the show. Number 1, Ride the Broom, has drawn the rail, 2.5 to 1 on the tote board right now. Adam Beschizza comes in to ride. Adam just with a couple of wins at the meet, but he's only had a handful of mounts, but very capable rider. And this one I like stretching back out. The horse has kind of been running even so down in Kentucky, been racing exclusively down there. And the last time this horse seen the dirt in a route, it was on the off track, was third, probably the best horse that day for the $30,000 level at Churchill with the Bug Girl. Since then has been synthetic route and dirt short, but get some class relief, has drawn the inside, should have some pace to chase, but the horse is versatile. I expect the horse to be a little more forward on the stretch out with that inside draw, has to protect the position. But Ride the Broom certainly going to take a lot of the money here to start the show, and I'm going to go 3 deep. In addition to that one, I'll use a horse drawn right alongside it. Number 2, Daddy's Dreaming. Now this one is an Indiana bred who just exited the non-2 condition. However, she's eligible for this race, as the Indiana bred races, the maiden and claiming races for 15 or less don't count against her. In fact, she could win this race and be eligible for it again next start. And the way she won last start off the layoff, I liked. And the horse took the heat the entire step of the way, actually got past, came back and got the better of Swift Bee that day, and looks to move forward now. Has had a little bit of a time since that layoff from October to May 19th. Not quite a month, but I don't expect the horse I think the horse is fresh enough now, shouldn't bounce, but she lands in a spot where she's already won a similar condition, albeit against Indiana breds. She's certainly going to be one to contend with here, and currently right now is 3 to 1. Now, the other horse I'll use in here is Parking Lot Pours. I expect this horse, as I mentioned before, to take a lot of the heat, 2.5 to 1 on the board. And Miguel Silva claimed this one back off the nation's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen, at Oaklawn Park. Brought it here to Indiana, tried the turf. Horse didn't want any part of that. Probably the worst race on its form. And the horse really hasn't shown anything on the synthetic either. So I think they're probably just reaching off that claim and trying to do, find a spot. But Justifiable Steal won that race, and the horse just kind of ran around there, ran even, never really picked up the bit. Now, she does get a little bit of class relief, and she gets back to the dirt. And I think she's much better on the dirt. She's by Speitzer out of a Langford mare. So I do expect her to be one to really contend in here, and I do expect her to be far off the pace. Now, Alex Ishard, very capable rider, has the call, but this one's going to need some pace to chase. I think there is some pace signed on. The first 2 horses I mentioned probably will be forward, and there's a little bit other speed in here. She's my Huckleberry, obviously, will be forwardly placed. The outside horse, Air Force Thunder, that jock will be sending that one as well. So should those horses get in a speed battle, I think Parking Lot Pours is going to be the beneficiary of that hot pace and will come running. She tries hard every time. Now, doesn't like to win, 1 for 21, but she lands herself in a spot. I think she has a chance to improve that to 2 for 22. Now she's 9 for 21 in the money, and a definite horse you have to use. I'm just going to go 3 deep here to kick off that 50-cent early pick 5 with the 1, 2, and 4. Race number 2 is to start the $1 pick 4 as the second leg of the pick 5. We'll have a bunch of Indiana bred maiden 15 claimers to travel 5.5 furlongs, and pretty interesting race in here. I'm going to spread out, though, as we see with these Indiana breds. You never know. They beat each other every week, and just whoever's day it is, I think sometimes is how they run. But I'm going to take half the field in here, 2, 4, 6, and 7. The 2 Bayou Lover is where I'll start off here. This is a debuting 3-year-old gelded son by Discreet Lover, rather, out of a bluegrass cat mare named Jenny's Royal Purple, whom has thrown nothing but runners. This horse is I think a half to Bluegrass Prayer, Bayou Cat. I think Tis Bayou maybe is in tomorrow. So there's 4 or 5 runners, including Sacred Sky, that this mare's thrown and produced, and that all have multiple winners around here. A couple of them made a couple $100,000. So it's one I expect to be on every ticket here. It had a really good work last start, going 5/8. I don't think the horse should show much speed, but I think will come running. Gets a breaking weight, 5 pounds off with that apprentice, Amir Mendoza in the saddle. Breaking from post 4, Rio Alta. The 4 horse I think is going to be a heavy favorite. Could the horse win? Yes. Could he run out the screen? Yes. Could he get beat? I'm hoping so. I'm going to use the horse, but I want to have some coverage just in case. He's going to be a heavy favorite, as he was second last start, making all the pace before and getting ran down by Major Express. That was at a maiden special weight level. However, it was sired horses. Now this one's taking on breds here. It does get a little class relief, but not a generalized big difference between 15 breds and sired special weights. But the horse will take a lion's share of the money, and I think could be a vulnerable favorite, but if left alone on the front end, which I don't think will be so, I think Mega Witch from the far outside will be pressuring up with that outside draw. So Rio Alta, for those reasons, I'm going to use here, part of my 4 horses. I'll use the 6 Coaxed. This one's taking a drop-in class for the Heron Barn. Jose Gutierrez, the Bug Boy, another one getting a break in weight. I think is one you have to use on every ticket here. Number 6 Coaxed is actually my second choice in the race, and it's going to be a big price here in the second. Now, number 7, Mega Witch. Now, this one's had a chance to win in every start of his career, and does run good. And actually, every race he runs, he's been waking up. His last couple of races are the best race. Now, he was the beaten favorite last start against Similar. The horse should be forward, well drawn to the outside, and making the 3rd start of the season for leading trainer Randy Klopp. 2, 4, 6, and 7 there in race 2, and that does start that $1 early pick 4. Now, the 3rd race is where all my chips are going, and it's going in Lady Chaos's basket. The 1 horse from the barn of Rob Dobbs. Now, this one owned by Kent Sentil, Dan Lynch, and Judy Doris. And this is another one, speaking of pedigree, that really has a good pedigree. Turbo Compressor is the sire now, out of a mare out of Sky Mason named Corsica. Now, all she's done is throw runners. You may have heard of a horse named Mr. Chaos. He's a 4-time stake winner, a couple of stakes, a couple of handicaps, but nonetheless has won 4 state-bred premier races, has Mr. Chaos. This one is a full sister to him. He's made, I think, somewhere around $800,000. He's won handicap races anywhere from 5.5 furlongs. He's run, races from 5.5 furlongs up to a 1.16 miles. So good family there from that mare Corsica. Lady Chaos was uber impressive on debut. Back on May 29th, debuted in a straight maiden sired, and just rallied from far back. It was kind of wide and didn't really have the best trip, but kept grinding away, and got up to win. It was a decent price that day. We won't see 5-1 obviously today, but the field in behind it, Party in the Club, who was second, came back and won. So I think she's been keeping, she kept good company there on debut, and if you go back and watch that replay, she was very, very impressive that day. And looking at the field, I really don't see anything on paper that can beat her should she bring her A game, a repeat performance of her debut run. And she'll be perfect 2 for 2 here at the shoe. Now, race number 3, it is a first level sired allowance race for the girls to go 6 furlongs. If you wanted to add something to your ticket, maybe Hungry Reggae, willing to throw out that last race, I think she's better than that. But I think Lady Chaos is a standout, probably my most logical winner on this 9-race card. Now, in the 4th race, it does start that late fire 5. I'm going to use 3 horses here. And race number 4, it's a claimant event for the boys, which have never won 3 or have not won a race this year, in fact, in the last 6 months. And in this race, I'm going to use 3 horses here. Do You Want to Dance is an Indiana bred, making the first start of the season for Randy Matthews, but has been training forwardly here. Shows up in the work tab every week, and this one is a 5-time winner from 27 starts. Versatile. I think the horse will get some pace to chase in here, but Do You Want to Dance 3.5-1? I think has to be on every ticket, even though it's Indiana bred facing open company. A couple of Indiana breds in here, but he certainly likes this course. He's a 5-time winner from 24 starts and is a must-use for me. Now, number 3, Mr. Sensei. This one's probably going to go off favorite here, taking a big drop in class. Exited that non to lifetime condition at Belterra, a couple of starts back. Ray Hernandez and Santos Sangier seem to team up well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and you want to use that horse. Now, number 7, keeping it classy, the old veteran. He's back for the season, and 10-year-old making his first start of the year. Lightly raced, but when he does run, all he does is win. 39 starts, 10 wins, I believe 6 seconds and 5/3, so 21 out of 39 in the money. He tries every time, and he seems to run well fresh. Last 3 years, I think, off the layoff, he's run second, a pair of seconds and a third off the layoff, but he tries hard every time. Little ATM machine there for Nancy Winchell and Tim Eggleston. Mitchell Merle has the return call, 237 there in race number 4. Well, if we're still live, we're going to close it out to 3 horses here, 3, 6, 9 in the 5th race, where we head out to the turf course. Race number 5 kicks off that $1 horseshoe hat trick turf pick 3. And that'll be on races 5, 7, and 8 here this afternoon. But to close out my pick 5, I'm going to use 3 horses, the 3, 6, and 9. Probably the obvious horses on paper I think will be on most tickets. But number 3, Chiringo from the barn of Gennaro Garcia. Beginning of a leg up to Marcelina Pedrosa. Now this one's 6-1 on the morning line. Getting a little bit of clash relief. Now this is another one lightly raced. In fact, only made 3 starts this year, and there's a layoff in between every start. But this one I do think has a really big chance in here. The rail's at 12 feet. And I do think there's a little bit of speed signed on here. And I think Chiringa should get, a formidable setup should he get the trip to chase that hot pace. And, this one is a 5-time winner from 30 starts, 11 for 30 in the money. Gennaro Garcia with a couple of wins on the program here this week, had a few wins last week. He's really starting to tighten up that race there, him and Randy Klopp at the top. And also, of course, John Herron's right there as well. So I want to use this horse on my ticket. Gennaro Garcia and Marcelina Pedrosa, multiple champions in the respective divisions here. Getting 6-1, that's hard to do. Now, number 6, Franz Joseph, class dropper here. 2 wins from 9 starts on the turf, 5 for 9 being 1, 2, 3. Troy Rismer, not a household name to many, but those of us in the industry around the tri-state know Troy, and comes from a really good family of horsemen. Troy, Father Glenn, also Norm. So they've, I think, actually Troy's father won the Kentucky Oaks several years back with a horse with Fabio Arguello. So the family really, really good with horses. And Franz Joseph gets William Anton, Georgia. He's only been here a couple times. He's got a win. Has hung his tack in California for the last several years. In fact, went to Northern California when that shuttered. He tried Southern. Now he's back around Indiana, Kentucky. He really can ride. He's a very heady rider, very smart rider, and strong down the lane. He has the horse. He's going to get him home. So Franz Joseph, I want to use that one. That one is certainly has the back class 7-time winner from 42 starts there in race number 5. Now, number 9, A Credit, is one that is 5-1, and I think that's a huge price on a horse that is a stake winner. The horse won a $750,000 stake at Kentucky Downs, the Doolin Grounds Derby, a couple of years back at 1 mile and 5/16. Now drops to the lowest level of his career, being in for the $20,000. But you got to use this horse. 5-time winner from 30 starts. Again, with that Doolin Grounds Derby win, he's made $830,000 in his career. Certainly class of the field. Martin Garcia thought enough of him to come up and take them out here on a Tuesday in Shelbyville. Well, I'm going to go 1, 2, 4 with 2, 4, 6, 7. I'm going to single the Dobbs piece in race number 3. 4th race, I'll use 2, 3, 7. I'll close it out with 3, 6, 9. All in all, for that 50-cent play, it's a $54 ticket. You want to get involved. We kick it off here in 15 minutes with that low takeout as we send it up to John G. Dooley. He's ready to give you the program changes for this Tuesday card. Good luck.
All righty, good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded under cloudy skies through the 70s. Main track fast and the turf course firm. Turf rail this week set at 12 feet. Fast and firm at the present. If you have your programs close by, he does. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program, starting with the Phillies Mares Mile. Top of the card, number 6, Everlasting Spirit, has been scratched. Scratch number 6, Everlasting Spirit, Phillies Mares Mile. Race 1 starts the 50-cent early pick 5. In the second race, maiden sprint, take out the 1, Which Side Are You On? Number 1, Which Side Are You On, has been scratched. No rider changes. The 4, Rioja Alta, 1 pound over. As we gaze at the third, no changes in the sprint. Third race, all 7-run. To the fourth we go. Here are the starts of the 50-cent Late Fire 5. Scratch number 5, Optimal Courage. Number 5, Optimal Courage, has been scratched. The fifth race is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 8. Course firm. Here, scratch the also eligible. 11 Highest Memories was entered by Randy Matthews as a main track only. This in the fifth race, Turf Mile, scratch 11, Highest Memories. There's that scratch. Turning to the sixth. And here in the sprint, scratch 1, Ramayiola, 6, Jordan's Deal, and the 7, Swift B. Scratch the 1, 6, and the number 7 from the race card. 7th of 9 is a Turf Mile. Scratch the 2, Modern Sound. Number 2, Modern Sound, has been scratched. The 4, Victor Help Me, is a pound over. Number 12, Sunday Slipper, a jockey change to Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott will partner the 12, Sunday Slipper. Race 8 starts our final double of the day, 103 on the turf. And in the 8th race, number 8, the King Stinger, add 1 pound to the program weight. Here, all 9 run. And in the 9th, Quarter Horse Maiden Juvenile Dash over the 300 yards. These overweights, the 4, He's Tough, plus 7 pounds. 7, Cocoa Poppy is 6 over. 8, Scarlet's Habit is 7 over. 9, What a Golden Diva, and 6 pounds to the weight. There, a look at the changes and corrections on today's card. 9 races. 158 were fast and firm. During the top of the 2 o'clock hour, horses in the walking ring for the Phillies Mares Mile. Top of the card, scratch 6, Everlasting Spirit. We'll have the opener due off in 12 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, if you still have your programs close by, going back to the 8th race in your program, that's the last leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. In the 8th race, as noted, no scratches and no rider changes. We do have an additional overweight. 8th race, and there it is, the 2 Tamarack Square. Add 3 pounds to the listed program weight. That's correct. The 2 Tamarack Square, 3 over, and 8, the King Stinger, 1 pound over. Now a scratch in the 9th. Confirming the scratch of the also eligible. 9th race, you can now take out 11, Ladies Blue Success. That's in the 9th. Scratch the also eligible 11, Ladies Blue Success. Number 11 out of the Quarter Horse Maiden Juvenile. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for Riders Up. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Top of the card with the Phillies Mares Mile. A field of 7. Number 6, Everlasting Spirit, has been scratched. Scratch the 6, Everlasting Spirit. Race 1 of 9 on the day. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track fast. The turf course firm. Turf rail this week set at 12 feet out there on the Caesars course. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies Mares Mile. Here the start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than a minute. The 1 mile start in front of the stands here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track fast. 3 of them on the turf course rated firm. Turf rail was set at 12 feet this week. Last call for the early pick 5. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile start for the opener. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile, Adam Beschizza with Ride the Broom. Alex Ashard, parking lot pours, facing up to the gate. Mitch Merle, Daddy's Dreamin' has joined Ride the Broom. Joe Ramos with Crowned with Grace, taking her position within the starting gate. Parking lot pours Drew Ford. Irving Moncada with She's My Huckleberry. Over the mile. Here the start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Final seconds to wager. Evan Roman with Run Mama Run. One more. Alexander Crispin with Air Force Thunder. So stand by over the mile. Fast and firm to start today's card here in the Hoosier State. They're in the gate. Ready. Owing and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She's My Huckleberry. Out to a lightning quick start. Run Mama Run, and toward the inside, Ride the Broom, who holds her position with the rail for Adam Beschizza. As they enter the first turn, it's She's My Huckleberry with Air Force Thunder going for an early attack. Ride the Broom is running in third and joined by Run Mama Run at the 6.5. With Alex Ashard, Parking Lot Pours is running in fifth. Daddy's Dreamin' and Crowned with Grace trails the mile here in the Tuesday opener. The first 2 of 8 furlongs covered in 24.58 seconds, making this backstretch run. Now with Alexander Crispin, it's Air Force Thunder, who's taken the top from She's My Huckleberry, who just yields at the inside. Evan Roman and Run Mama Run tracking them from third. Ride the Broom is in fourth at the half-mile pole with on the outside. Parking Lot Pours next in fifth by 4. Then Daddy's Dreamin' and finally Crowned with Grace. Half mile in 47.90 seconds. They round the far turn 3 furlongs away. She's My Huckleberry. Counter punches Air Force Thunder. It's She's My Huckleberry. Going for the quarter pole for Irving Moncada. Looking to match strides on the outside. Air Force Thunder with She's My Huckleberry. Run Mama Run is suddenly under pressure. And on the outside, Parking Lot Pours. Ride the Broom is dropped back. Crown with Grace picking up on the front side. And Daddy's Dreamin' is last. These Phillies mares into the stretch. 3/4, 1 minute 12.49 seconds. She's My Huckleberry carries a 3-length lead into the final furlong from Parking Lot Pours, who descends now on She's My Huckleberry with Alex Achard. Parking Lot Pours edges away to best She's My Huckleberry by a length and a half at the finish. Crown with Grace was third, and Run Mama Run finished fourth. .138.87 after the Phillies Mares Mile. 138.87 fast, unofficial. 4.537. Number 4, Parking Lot Pours at 3-2 was first. Number 5, She's My Huckleberry, 8-1 second. Number 3, Crowned with Grace at 9-2 third, and 7, Run Mama Run at 48-1 gets into the frame. It's 4.53, the 7 fourth, Alex Achard starts the card for Miguel Silva. The Speedster filly, Parking Lot Pours, takes out the mile. The result of the first race is now official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Parking Lot Pours with Alex Achard. Parking Lot Pours, 4-year-old Chester filly by Speidster. Under the Langfjord mare, Bourbon Street Girl. For Miguel Silva's Silva Racing LLC, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Parking Lot Pours, takes out the Phillies Mares Mile. Official. First results in. 4-5 exacta paid $40.40. 50-cent trifecta 4-5-3. Returned $33.65. Run Mama Run was a long odds fourth. The 10-cent superfecta 4-5-3-7 netted $63.46. Top of the card, the 6 did not start. Favorite was first. 7 ran. 138.87 fast track. 21 minutes away from the maiden sprint. Race 2 of 9. Scratch number 1. Which side are you on? Number 1, which side are you on has been scratched. No rider changes. The 4, Rioja Alta, 1 pound over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, and the start to the $1 early pick 4 ahead. Post time will be at 2:41 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Phillies Mares Mile. Hope you had a bet on Parking Lot Pours. swinging, running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She's my Huckleberry. Out to a lightning quick start. Run, Mama, run, and toward the inside. Ride the Broom, who holds her position with the rail for Adam Beschizza. As they enter the first turn, it's She's My Huckleberry, with Air Force Thunder going for an early attack. Ride the Broom is running in third and joined by Run, Mama, Run at the 6.5. With Alex Achard, Parking Lot Pours is running in fifth. Daddy's Dreamin' and Crowned with Grace trails the mile here in the Tuesday opener. The first 2 of 8 furlongs covered in 24.58 seconds, making this backstretch run. Now with Alexander Crispin, it's Air Force Thunder, who's taken the top from She's My Huckleberry, who just yields at the inside. Evan Roman and Run Mama Run tracking them from third. Ride the Broom is in fourth at the half-mile pole with on the outside. Parking Lot Pours next in fifth by 4. Then Daddy's Dreamin' and finally Crowned with Grace. Half mile in 47.90 seconds. They round the far turn 3 furlongs away. She's My Huckleberry. Counter punches Air Force Thunder. It's She's My Huckleberry. Going for the quarter pole for Irving Moncada. Looking to match strides on the outside. Air Force Thunder with She's My Huckleberry. Run Mama Run is suddenly under pressure. And on the outside, Parking Lot Pours. Ride the Broom is dropped back. Crown with Grace picking up on the front side. And Daddy's Dreamin' is last. These fillies mares into the stretch. 3/4, 1 minute 12.49 seconds. She's My Huckleberry carries a 3-length lead into the final furlong from Parking Lot Pours, who descends now on She's My Huckleberry with Alex Achard. Parking Lot Pours edges away to best She's My Huckleberry by a length and a half at the finish.
Ashard continues the success. He's had 2 doubles this week, and he just won the opener here for us today for Miguel Silva. Definitely mark Alex down. He's definitely heating up, and that never works out for me. I just told Jose when I was on FanDuel TV that I switched it from 4-1 to 1-4. I just had a feeling the 4 was going to run well, and usually that means that the 4 won't run, but today it worked out in my favor. I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to try that again. Second race. I got away with it once. I've not gotten away with it before, and I'm not going to try again. Let's go to this second race. The one, which side are you on, is out. Even money on the 4, and that's my top selection in here. I really couldn't go against the 4 in here. Has the highest last race speed rating, albeit it's only a 69. Has the highest prime power rating, and also has the best speed at the distance. The only thing she doesn't have is class. She's dropping down, though. I don't know how she doesn't, because she's been in maiden special weights and she finished second by less than a length, so you can't trust everything you read. This one is a Tony Cunningham trainee. You know how you know? From the teal and black stripes. He races those on quarter horse, obviously, as well. He's 2 away from 1,000. That tells you what kind of trainer he is. The for Rioja Alta is a 3-year-old gelding who has some early speed. Obviously, I mentioned the drop down in class. He's 20% off of a smaller percentage right now, smaller number, obviously, but it'll grow as we go. Got into a little bit of an awkward start, got clear though, and set the pace by 2 lengths, and got caught by Major Express in that race. So I just think that this one with the drop down and missing by less than a length last time is the obvious pick. I think it's the one to beat. Everybody agrees. And then I could not go against Mega Witch. I know there's no T in there. Maybe it's Mega Sandwich. I don't know. But I like the 7, Mega Witch. I was drawn to today. Fernando de la Cruz. We got top connections here. Fernando, you see coming out. He's riding here for Klopp, 16% win clip, 50% in the money. This one's owned by Willowbrook Stables and Liz. Don Martin trained this one. It's a 3-year-old gelding who's tried the last 2 times. Now look, has never been better than 6. Never even lit up the board in 6 tries. And then they dropped down to maiden claiming for 15 on May 1st. Boom. Second by half a length. Then goes to June 3rd, maiden claiming for 2, and ended up getting 3rd. Midnight Legacy was in there. He's ran against Which Side Are You On, who's scratched, so it doesn't matter. But has come out of some pretty tough races. Like, he was in the same race as Mr. T, when he broke his maiden. Mr. T just ran second in a stakes race and was 3-year-old of the year. I can't even remember this year, or the year before. I think he was 2-year of the year. So Mr. T, very, very capable. And that was who he was running against. So the class relief has helped for sure. So one of these days when we're at 15, Mega Witch is going to get it. And then we'll go to the 3. Midnight Legacy is 7-2. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard for Gennaro Garcia. Marcelino Pedroza had a riding double yesterday because he's a beast. And Gennaro Garcia had a double yesterday because he's also a beast. When Gennaro and Marcelino ride together, they have a very, very nice percentage. Also, he is 3rd off the layoff, 16%, maiden claiming 17%, sprints 15%. I mean, talk about high percentage trainer. This is also 3rd off the layoff. Only ran a couple times last time, and they immediately went to maiden claiming for 25 after a straight maiden special weight. Oh, Yuki's hiding in the corner behind his groom, like, hey man, what are you doing? I'd love to see that. So 3rd off layoffs key, ran second versus similar in the last start. Kind of draws to the inside. I like that. He's been 4 in his pretty much his every start. So we'll see how he does today. But he's got good numbers. They're just right behind, my top selection. 4-7-3 for me here in the second race. This does start the $1 early pick 4 on races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Get your tickets in early. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. Maiden sprint here, carded at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 1, Which Side Are You On? Has been scratched. Scratch the number 1. Which Side Are You On? No rider changes. Number 4, Rioja Alta, 1 pound over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiroz. Amir Mendoza with Bayou Lover. Evan Roman, Amazing Mike, has moved into line. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Midnight Legacy. Jose Gutierrez coaxed. Like Amazing Mike, both were John Harron here. Maiden. Now Rioja Alta, Joshua Morales for Tony Cunningham has taken his spot. Fernando de la Cruz with Mega Witch. One more. Alexander Crispin with I'm a Keeper. Holds 29-1 in his second career start. Here's I'm a Keeper. Fast Track. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. And there's Rioja Alta. Straight to the front for Josh Morales. Rioja Alta could not have broken any better. Establishes an early 3-length advantage for the run to the half-mile pole from Coaxed, who's joined on the outside by Mega Witch. Midnight Legacy is running in fourth in a red cap. With on the outside, I'm a Keeper in fifth now at the 3.5. Bayou Lover is running second to last, and in his 13th run, Amazing Mike trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter, Rioja Alta just blazing the trail in 21.90 seconds as they round the far turn. It's Rioja Alta in front here, Mega Witch by 2. Now close to the quarter pole. With on the outside, Midnight Legacy coming with a gain. Coach straightens away in fourth. On the far outside, Amazing Mike. And then I'm a Keeper and Bayou Lover. Into the stretch, it's Rioja Alta a furlong away. Half 45.49 with Joshua Morales. Rioja Alta is well clear coming past the 16th and showing no signs of letting up today. Rioja Alta has scored the winning run by 8. Midnight Legacy was second, and Amazing Mike split Coaxed and Mega Witch to gain third. One minute, 0.35 seconds after the maiden. 104.35, 4-3, and then a show photo for Rioja Alta at 1-2, gate to wire. Josh Morales for Tony Cunningham. Over 3, Midnight Legacy, 7-1 second. Amazing Mike getting into third from Coaxed and Mega Witch. Then we trailed back. Rioja Alta, son of Sombeye, gets off the mark in his fourth run. Rioja Alta was never headed. The judges have posted number 5, Amazing Mike third, and 6, Coast was fourth. Mega Witch fifth. 4, 3, 5, 6 in the 7. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 4, Rioja Alta with Joshua Morales. Rioja Alta, 3-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Sombeye, and of Ethel Jean by Uncle Mo. Tony Cunningham trains for Pamela Brickley Hahn. Rioja Alta was bred here in the Hoosier State by Pamela Brickley Hahn. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Rioja Alta out to the maiden ranks. 4-3 exacta, $15.20. 50-cent trifecta, 4-3-5, paid $16.85. 4-4, the opening double, combining parking lot pours with Rioja Alta. Favorites both, 11.40 with coaxed fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 4-3-5-6, returns $6.81. In the maiden, the one was a non-starter. Favorite was first. 7 of them ran, 104.35. Race 3 is ahead, 22 minutes away. Next sprint. There are no changes. Third of 9, all 7 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, fast and firm. Post time 3:12. They're in the gate. And they're off. And there's Rioja Alta. Straight to the front for Josh Morales. Rioja Alta could not have broken any better. Establishes an early 3-length advantage with a run to the half-mile pole from Coax, who's joined on the outside by Mega Witch. Midnight Legacy is running in fourth in a red cap. With on the outside, I'm a Keeper in fifth now at the 3.5. Bayou Lover is running second to last, and in his 13th run, Amazing Mike trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter, Rioja Alta just blazing the trail in 21.90 seconds as they round the far turn. It's Rioja Alta in front here, Mega Witch by 2. Now close to the quarter pole with on the outside, Midnight Legacy coming with a gain. Coke straightens away in fourth. On the far outside, Amazing Mike, and then I'm a Keeper and Bayou Lover. Into the stretch, it's Rioja Alta a furlong away. Half 45.49 with Joshua Morales. Rioja Alta is well clear coming past the 16th and showing no signs of letting up today. Rioja Alta has scored the winning run by 8. Midnight Legacy was second, and Amazing Mike split Coaxed and Mega Witch to gain third.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Couple of short price horses to start the show here as the 4-horse won both a couple of the first 2 races. Again, I think 3-2 on the first one, and then we just seen that class dropper there win. Wire to wire open length victory there for Pam, Tony, and Josh. Now, moving on to race number 3. Allowance event to go 3/4. We have a field of 7 with no program changes in here. And right now, number 1, Lady Chaos, is 2-1 as per her morning line, currently 2-1 on the board. And this is where I'm going to start talking about this race in here. And if you're playing a multi-race wager, or, I think this, if you watched the pre-race show earlier, I told you this is probably my most logical winner of the day. Horse is drawn the inside and should get a favorable pace set up. You see Bob Dobbs on the offside of the horse there. But she debuted here back on May 26th and was very impressive. Was sat second to last and made a kick in that turn and through the lane. Just really a long drive, and it was a sustained bid and was even wide and went off 5-1 that day and went off well. And I look forward to improve. And she looks the part in the paddock. She's had a little time since her last race now. Almost 3 weeks, and I think she's going to get a setup. She has the inside stall, which I think she can let the speed go away and just sit off them and come running. But she got a pretty good number on the sheets on debut, and she comes from a good family. In fact, a full sister to Mr. Chaos, a 4-time handicap winner who's made somewhere around $600,000, and I just think she's the horse. She really looks good in the paddock, making a good appearance. Her ears is up, kind of checking it all, what's going on around her, and this is where I'm gonna start here with Lady Chaos. I think should she jump well, I think it's just Irvin Mikado to be a passenger. Now for second, number 6, currently 3-1, Hungry Reggae. This one made the seasonal bow here 2 starts back and won off well after having 3 starts last year here as a sophomore. She's a great filly by Unbridled Express out of that Miss Hanky Panky mare, homebred for John Langmeyer Spooky Hollow Racing. Fairly decent family on this one as well, but debuted was 5th, was 2nd, just beaten probably the best horse last year on June 4th that day. She should have broke her maiden, shouldn't have been a maiden this year, but off the shelf there, hadn't ran since June 24th last year. She sat just off the pace and won, beating Terry Vaughn's Blazing Eyes there. Now that was a sired race, so sired maiden early in the meet. Fittest horse usually wins, doesn't always have to be the best horse, but she came back and got some support at the windows on May 26th in that first level allowance race, and it kind of ran even. Now maybe coming back in 2 weeks that day off that big performance on debut was a bit much off the layoff. Now, since then, she's had a little bit of time, a little bit longer off the shelf here. She looks good in the paddock. You see Kenny walking her around there in the paddock, Hungry Reggae. And 3-1, okay price on this one. Now, this one should be forward, I would have to think, with Marcelino Pedroza. Now, number 2, Turbo Lady is 1 of 2 in here for Randy Klopp. This one, 3-1. Stablemate's 5-1 Indiana Smoke Show, but I like this one a little bit better, Turbo Lady. Now, she's raced several times already at the meet. In fact, this is her 5th start at the meeting, but coming off those last 3 route races where she's had a pair of seconds and a 3rd place finish, beaten favorite a couple of times, turns back to 3/4 here, and I think she can get a slice here. I don't know that she can beat Lady Chaos in here, but I do want her on some tickets. But she's another one that's got a decent family. Got Lucky's Joy in the lineage there, and of course we all remember Joyous Lady. I think she was a stake winner, multiple stake place filly from the Klopp barn, made somewhere around $500,000. But this one, coming off those route races, I think she's going to really have to be hustled out of that stall too to get forward, to have the lead and the fence. I think she's going to take some heat, though. I think she'll be covered up probably, in fact, maybe even by her stablemate, but definitely by Luna Divash as she jumped well, Hungry Reggae. So I think they're going to leave her a lot to do and a lot to overcome. Sometimes those young fillies get down there on the inside and get covered up and can get intimidated and really exert a lot of energy early that they really don't need to. And Turbo Lady, she's only raced 8 times, 7 for 8 in the money, so she tries every time. She's always right there on the board. But if you look down through her running line, beaten favorite last start. Three races back, beaten favorite. Broker Maiden, she was a favorite, but 3 starts before that, she didn't oblige. She was a beaten favorite those times. But so she definitely has some talent. She has the pedigree. She comes from a top barn. She gets a top rider. So a lot of upside. I just I don't like her post position to the inside. If she's drawn to the outside, I probably like her chances a little bit better. But yeah, I do want her on the ticket because she shows up, little ATM machine every time. Now race 3 starts another roll-in daily double and a roll-in pick 3. I think it's all about Lady Chaos. I think this is a really talented. She's probably one of the most talented sophomore fillies Indiana breds that we have here at the track, and I look forward to a repeat performance of that debut and look for her bigger and better things as we kick off them sophomore handicaps throughout the season. But Lady Chaos is the one for me for Rob Dobbs. Good luck to you.
The horses coming onto the track for the third race. Here a distaff sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. All 7 run, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Fast track, 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Now they're going in. Irving Moncada, Lady Chaos, won her debut here. 7-5 on Lady Chaos. Micah Meeks with Indiana Smoke Show joined the favorite. Fernanda de la Cruz with Turbo Lady. Like Indiana Smoke Show, both for Randy Klopp. Turbo Lady loaded. Rodney Prescott, Luna Diva, Marcelino Pantoja Jr. with Hungry Reggae has taken her position. Santos Sanjor, she's a whirlwind, one of the Tony Duran two, so stand by. One more, Andres Aloha with Liz's Legacy. They're in the game. And they're off. Indiana Smoke Show, good speed from Luna Diva. Liz's Legacy, part of the early plot. And here comes Lady Chaos now, making a dash from the rail for Irving Moncada. Lady Chaos just leads as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Right there on the outside is Luna Diva and Indiana Smoke Show, mixing it up between them. Turbo Lady in the black cap with the rail. Liz's Legacy wide, and Hungry Reggae the gray also in the hunt. They're well grouped, just over 3 furlongs to go. And making her 4-year-old season a bow, She's a Whirlwind has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 21.94 seconds. Just inside 3 furlongs left. And it's Lady Chaos who just leads with the rail. Right there is Luna Diva coming toward the quarter pole. Indiana Smoke Show trying to stay this pace as Hungry Reggae is coming on the far outside. And on the extreme outside is Liz's Legacy. She's a Whirlwind and Turbo Lady into the stretch. It's Lady Chaos Half mile, 45.17 seconds with Irving Moncada calling the shots. Lady Chaos leads by 3 to Luna Diva, who's one pace now. She's a whirlwind, moves up between horses, Indiana Smoke Show and Hungry Reggae. Lady Chaos wins back-to-back. Lady Chaos by 4. Second close, she's a whirlwind by the just-edged Indiana Smoke Show Photo. And then Luna Diva and Hungry Reggae, they were the next two across the finish. One 10.09. One Lady Chaos. At 4 to 5 was first. The judges will examine a photo before posting the remaining order finish hold all ticket. She won here on debut. 4 to 5 today. Lady Chaos, Irving Moncada for Rob Dobbs Jr., Ken Sentel, Judy Doris, and Dan Lynch. 2 for 2 on the turbo compressor filly. Second photo. She's a whirlwind Indiana Smoke Show. Luna Diva, Hungry Reggae, Liz's Legacy, and Turbo Lady will be last in the Distaff Dash. It's gone to Lady Chaos. She makes it 2 for 2. The judges have posted number 3. She's a whirlwind second at 36 to 1 odds, making her first run of the year. The 4 Indiana Smoke Show at 8 to 1, just missed place. And 5 Luna Diva, 6 to 1 fourth. 1 3 4 5. The result of the third race official. Returning to the winner's circle, number 1, Lady Chaos, with Irving Moncada. Lady Chaos is a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Turbo Compressor, out of Corsica by Sky Mesa. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for Ken Sentel, Judy Doris, and Dan Lynch, the ownership. Lady Chaos repeats at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. Clock 110.09. The 1-3 exacta paid $135.80. 50-cent trifecta, $134, $182.60. 4-1 double, $9.20. 10-cent superfecta. Luna Diva was fourth, paid $101.93. First pick 3 of the day, favorites all, $5.45. Favorite takes out the Distaff Dash. All 7 ran, 110.09 after the running of race 3. 21 minutes away from the fourth. In the next sprint, scratch 5 Optimal Courage. Number 5 Optimal Courage has been scratched. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 and start of the 50-cent late fire 5 with a sprint. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. And today we are fast and firm. Post time will be at 3:43. And they're off. Indiana Smoke Show, good speed from Luna Diva. Liz's Legacy, part of the early plot. And here comes Lady Chaos now, making a dash from the rail for Irving Moncada. Lady Chaos just leads as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Right there on the outside is Luna Diva and Indiana Smoke Show, mixing it up between them. Turbo Lady in the black cap with the rail. Liz's Legacy wide, and Hungry Reggae the Gray also in the hunt. They're well grouped, just over 3 furlongs to go. And making her 4-year-old season a bow, She's a Whirlwind has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 21.94 seconds. Just inside 3 furlongs left. And it's Lady Chaos who just leads with the rail. Right there is Luna Diva coming toward the quarter pole. Indiana Smoke Show trying to stay this pace as Hungry Reggae is coming on the far outside. And on the extreme outside is Liz's Legacy. She's a Whirlwind and Turbo Lady. Into the stretch, it's Lady Chaos. Half mile, 45.17 seconds with Irving Moncada calling the shots. Lady Chaos leads by 3 to Luna Diva, who's 1 pace now. She's a Whirlwind, moves up between horses. Indiana Smoke Show and Hungry Reggae. Lady Chaos wins back to back. Lady Chaos by 4. Second close. She's a Whirlwind by the just edged Indiana Smoke Show photo. And
Lady Chaos, a little switch of tactics, but no twist in the plot. She lands herself in the Cody Photo winner circle there. Perfect 2 for 2 now as Lady Chaos gets it done there in race number 3. Race number 4, we hope to stay afire here as the late fire 5 starts here. The late pick 5, low 11.99% takeout kicks off here in race number 4. Now this open leg is a non-winners of 3 5,000 claimer or horses have not won a race in the last 6 months. Again, they'll go 6 furlongs on the main. We do have a scratch in here, number 5, Optical Courage. Now, I think this is one of the most wide open races of the day. And I had a really tough time in here trying to figure out who to put on top. But sentimentally, I went with Keeping It Classy, number 7. And I thought would be a little better price than the other two we'll talk about here. But number 7, Keeping It Classy, you see Tim Eggleston there in the paddock putting a little water on the shoulders of Keeping It Classy. Now, this is a 10-year-old. It's an old veteran. We've seen him around here for a number of years. Mitchell Murrow gets a return call. Mitchell's been up at least the last 6 or 7 starts, as you see Jordan Hash there with a couple of encouraging taps. Now, a 10-time winner from 39 starts, 21 for 39 in the money. He's lightly raced, but when he shows up, he does just that. He shows up, and right now he's showing up at 4-1 on the board. Last couple of buyers, he's ran mid-60s. I mean, as a 9-year-old, he's making a seasonal debut here this year. And, you know, every year when he runs off a layoff, he always runs well. He's fresh and tries hard every time. And he's definitely a fan favorite, one of my favorites, and the son of Stay Thirsty for those reasons is the reason I'm going to put him on top. And I think he should be forward. He's drawn well to the outside there. You know, with the scratch of the 5 will come in a spot, but still only 2 horses to the outside of him. So we'll throw him on top. He's one of a couple we'll use, and we'll talk about here later. Now, number 2, down towards the inside, the current favorite at 2.5 to 1. Do You Want to Dance? Now, this one was claimed last year by Current Connections. Randy Matthews and Joel Bilmer will have the call up top, this 6-year-old son of Dominus. And this one is another one that wins. 27 starts, 5 wins in the lifetime. But this one, I do think this is probably on paper the better horse. Now, the horse is the most consistent numbers, whether you're using a Thorograph or buyers or speed figures. It's probably the highest numbers of all of them in here, and I do like him. Again, he's made almost $100,000, and again, he likes this track. All 5 wins have came here at the shoe. Now, right to his outside, number 3, Mr. Sensei. 3-1 on the board. Ray Hernandez will give a leg up to Santos Sanjur, and this one's taking a class drop. Again, this is an Indiana bred. This is an open horse who broke the maiden a couple of starts back at Belterra when making in all the pace. Now, should he jump well, he will be forward, and he could get a big heart if left alone on the front end. And Mr. Sensei currently right now 3-1, and I don't think he has to have the lead. He can rate. He showed in the past that he will rate, but I think his best game is if he just takes it to the offensive and play a little game called Catch Me If You Can. Now, 7-2-3 are my top picks in here in race number 4, and if you're playing a little wager called the Pick 5 with this low percent takeout, I'm going to show you a ticket that I'm going to play. Again, 11.99% takeout, and I'm going to throw $90 up at it, and I'm going to use those 3 horses we talked about here in the opening leg in race number 5, which kicks off that late Itoba $1 Pick 4, and also that Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3 starts in race number 5 coming up here after race 4. And I'm going to use 3 horses there. I'll use number 3, Cherry Ringo. I'll use number 6, Franz Joseph, and the 9, Accredit. All 3 of those horses I think are in with a big chance. If your budget allows you, so there's a couple other horses I may use in there. You know, if you have a little extra budget, maybe throw the 7 and 8. But I think I haven't narrowed down to the right horses. Taringo 6-1, class dropper for the top barn here. Franz Joseph, another class dropper who's a 7-time winner from 42 starts, and Accredit, a $750,000 stake winner down at Kentucky Downs, and you're getting Martin Garcia, and he at 5-1. Race number 6, we're going to spread up most of our budget there. We're going to use the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. Grand Harbor was a debut winner for the Aaron West barn in race number 6, was second last time in behind Stanka from the Klopp barn. We'll use the 3, Ozona. I think the horse is better than her last start. Now, she broke her maiden here last year by double digits and campaigned at Oaklawn throughout the winter, then shipped in here as the odds-on favorite and got drummed, but she is better than that, and I look for her to make amends today. Now, number 4, Liam's Charges, another one for the hot barn of Rob Dobbs. Gatlin Girls, a 4-time winner. Now, she's a sired taken on open, so those sired races don't count. We'll add her, then we'll use number 10, Eyeshadow. Race number 7, you could probably go real short here. I thought about singling the Brad Cox horse that's drawn the inside, Good Family, but we're going to add a little coverage with George Weaver's Jalila. But I think number 1, Good Family, is going to be the horse to beat there in race number 7 as we get riders up here for the 4th. They're on their way out. In race number 8, we'll close it out. We use the 5, Justice, one more time. I think just on the pace scenario, pace setup, I think that is the horse to beat. And number 9, Polar Drift, I think is going to love getting back onto the turf there in race number 8. Here they come to the track. Brandy Bell has said riders up, and the horse is coming out for the late Fire 5 opening leg in 5 minutes. There's my ticket, $90 play. Good luck.
The horses call post right now for the 4th race. This sprint over the 6 furlongs, 8 start. Scratch 5, Optimal Courage. Number 5, Optimal Courage has been scratched. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, and here are the starts of the 50-cent late Fire 5. 3 minutes to post time, Fast and Firm, and 3 minutes now to the off. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start here, the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast and firm, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Manny Esquivel with Coach Knight. Jose Gutierrez, Cringe is coming up. Joseph Bummer with Do You Wanna Dance? Mitchell Burrell keeping it classy loads. Now Santos Sanjor with Mr. Sensi. Mr. Sensei went in okay. Joseph Romero with Fully Connected. Amir Mendoza, Bella's Prayer Loaded, Fully Connected. At 6 furlongs, one more. Alberto Burgos with Zapping It. Favorites have swept the first 3 on the card. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinted. Fast starts for Zapping It with Fully Connected, going for an early push. Toward the inside is Do You Wanna Dance? And nearest the inside, here's Coach Knight now coming on through as they make this run through the first furlong is Fully Connected. With Joseph Romero, Fully Connected. Just leads Coach Knight pressing toward the inside, and Do You Wanna Dance is right there in tight quarters, going past the half-mile pole. Zapping It is just off a battle, running in 4th. Toward the inside is Mr. Sensei in 5th. Keeping it classy is 6th. Then Bella's Prayer and Cringe has dropped back to last. The quarter fought through. 21.74 seconds, the battle ensues. Fully Connected just leads. Do You Wanna Dance? Zapping It now joins on the far outside. Coach Knight is 4th under pressure. It's a toss-up as they turn for home. Mr. Sensei is looking for a gap, keeping it classy, the wide out. Bella's Prayer and Cringe. Top of the lane, half mile, 44.43 seconds. It's Zapping It. Do You Wanna Dance? Responds to pressure. Fully Connected is now running 3rd. Mr. Sensei tries to close out the finish with Alberto Burgos. It's Zapping It, and Zapping It's close to home. Zapping It. Zapping It finishes on top by 2. From Mr. Sensei with Bella's Prayer and Do You Wanna Dance? One 10.57. Number 9, Zapping It. At 7-2 was first. Blanket photo for 2nd, 3rd. Stand by for the 4th. 9, Zapping It. Alberto Burgos, one of the meet leaders for Rogelio Labra. Over Mr. Sensei with Bella's Prayer and Do You Wanna Dance? Fully Connected. Cringe and Coach Knight. Keeping it classy, trail them home. The judges have posted number 3, Mr. Sensei 2nd, number 4, Bella's Prayer 3rd, and 2, Do You Wanna Dance 4th. 9-3, 4-2, 110.57 seconds. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 9. Zapping It with Alberto Burgos. Zappin' It is a 6-year-old. Dark Bay Brown Gelding by Skylord. Out of Zap Now by Go Zapper. Rogelio Labra trains or Brian De La Cruz. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Bruce Murphy. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. The Connections of Zappin' It was a 7-2 sprint winner. 50-cent pick 3 paid $13.25. 9-3 exact to $36.20. The 50-cent trifecta, 9-3-4, $50.45. 1-9 double, $44.20. 10-cent superfecta, 9-3-4-2, returned $32.54. Number 3, Mr. Sensei, was claimed for $5,000. New owner Brianna Johnson. Trainer Gennady Dorochenko claimed Mr. Sensei, ran second in the dash. Race 5 ahead. First to 3 on the turf course. In the turf mile, scratch the also eligible. 11 Highest Memories was entered by Randy Matthews as a main track only. Course firm. Turf rail at 12 feet this week. Scratch the number 11, the main track only. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Turf mile starts the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Turf firm, first leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 8. The horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 featured. Post time will be at 4:14. They're off and sprinted. Fast starts for Zappin' It with Fully Connected going for an early push. Toward the inside is Do You Wanna Dance? And nearest the inside, here's Coach Knight now coming on through as they make this run through the first furlong is Fully Connected. With Joseph Romero fully connected. Just leads Coach Knight pressing toward the inside, and Do You Wanna Dance is right there in tight quarters going past the half-mile pole. Zappin' It is just off a battle running in 4th. Toward the inside is Mr. Sensei in 5th. Keeping it classy is 6th. Then Bella's Prayer and Cringe has dropped back to last. The quarter fought through. 21.74 seconds, the battle ensues. Fully Connected just leads. Do You Wanna Dance? Zappin' It now joins on the far outside. Coach Knight is 4th under pressure. It's a toss-up as they turn for home. Mr. Sensei is looking for a gap, keeping it classy, the wide out. Bella's Prayer and Cringe. Top of the lane, half mile, 44.43 seconds. It's Zappin' It. Do You Wanna Dance responds to pressure. Fully Connected is now running 3rd. Mr. Sensei tries to close out the finish with Alberto Burgos. It's Zappin' It, and Zappin' It's close to home. Zappin' It. Zappin' It finishes on top by 2. From Mr. Sensei with Bella's Prayer and Do You Wanna Dance? Ladies and gentlemen, for information in the 8th race, that's the last leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Race 8 in your program. This jockey change just in. Announcing this jockey change for the first time. Race 8 on the turf 2. Tamarack Square will now be ridden by Alberto Burgos. There'll be no overweight. Alberto Burgos just won the sprint. Will partner the 2 Tamarack Square in race 8 on the turf. We now have a late scratch to announce here from the 5th race. From the turf mile, number 10, Zach, has now been scratched. All wagers on 10, Zach here in the turf mile refunds. There will be a 9 and 10 consolation double, 9-10 consolation double. Those using 10, Zach in a multi-race wager, you now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. After a call from the stewards, 10, Zach is now scratched from the turf mile.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. I am FBG Dan Cronin, and this is the $1 Itoba Pick 4 from the Horseshoe. Let's get it going. Remember, we got a $100 budget. We don't go over that. We'll show you how to get it down. Smaller players want to get that down. So, first race is the 5th race today, and it is a turf race. A good, solid turf race. We are going to take a bunch of them. The one game point is 8-1. I'm not leaving that one out. No way. Matthew Sims coming in from Turfway gets Mario, 2-time Derby winner. I'm not leaving him out. The 4, Little Jake's of Speed. You got another 8-1 shot. The 6 is 4-1. We're going to throw that one in. We're going to put BB Prince in at 9-2. The 8, Elevated Game at 10-1, and a credit at 5-1. So we got a bunch of prices in that first leg: 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So we can't use the budget in every race. So we got to go short here in the 6th race. And with the scratch of the 1, I'm a little leery about our top pick here, Grand Harbor, now that he's stuck on the rail. But Aaron West, Dela Cruz, this filly, I think she's got more speed than they've been using. They've been letting her kind of settle. Maybe from the rail they go ahead and try to send out of there a little bit. I don't think there's any way she's going to make the lead, but at least sit 3rd in the pocket there. And then Keith Asmussen comes back in town for his dad. Ozona, the 3, 4-1 shot. You know, got a big chance. So we got 2 chalks. And then outside, Eyeshadow, I think, will drift up a little bit. But this one's got speed, a perfect outside post. I just can't leave the horse out. So I got 2, 3, and 10 in there. 2, 3, and 10. Now, if I was a smaller player and I wanted to spend, you know, $45 or $40 on this ticket, I'd probably try to get through single in Grand Harbor. I'm just a little nervous of the rail. So now the 7th is my single. Now, if you don't want a single, I get it, but I'm singling the 1, Good Family, Mitch Morrell, Brad Cox. They have not had any success hooking up together yet, but I think this filly is going to improve. The 77 number at the fairgrounds is staring me in the face. That horse ran so good down at the fairgrounds and came up here to a really tough race at Churchill. It's hard to win a maiden race and then step right into winners, especially at Churchill Downs, for a $125,000 optional claimer. That is a really big step up. So I'll forgive her for not being able to perform there. Now a little bit of a drop in class here. I'm going for it. 3-1 single, Good Family. If you want to use more, the 3 for George Weaver's got a big chance. And I think the 8, Adorable Moments for Whitworth Beckman at 12-1 has a chance. But you got a single somewhere in these pick 4s to have a shot at some money. So we've got the budget to have 5 horses in the last race, and we're going to use every bit of it. I wish we even had more. I'm not leaving the 1 horse out at 8-1. I just can't do it. I know the horse is 1 for 21, but something tells me going a mile and a 16th on the turf that this one's going to run. And, you know, we could be looking at a $20 winner. So the 1, the 3, the 6, Sly Guy is at 10-1. The 7, 4-Star General at 5-1. And then the favorite probably is Polar Drift on the outside. I don't have a strong opinion in there. 1, 3, 6, 7, 9. I'd even use more if I had a bigger budget. But we're going to need Mitch Morrell. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. He used to ride some horses for Greg Foley and when we were in our partnership that we owned. So I know Mitch very well. Let's get it home, Mitch, for Brad Cox, and don't fall off.
The horses call posted now for the fifth race. The first of three today on the turf course rated firm. Turf rail at 12 feet here in the turf mile. Now a field of 9. 10 Zach was a late scratch. Again, a 9 and 10 consolation double. Take out 11 highest memories was entered by Randy Matthews as an MTO. Course firm, scratch 10 and the number 11 from the race card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. This is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 8 for it. Firm and Fast for the late pick 4. Starts here in 2 minutes' time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the turf mile. Start of the $1 Itoba late pick 4. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Firm and Fast. Less than a minute. For the first of 3 times here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, crossing over to the turf course on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Oscar Villarreal with BB Prince. First to take position in the starting gate, Mario Gutierrez with Game Point. Coming up to the rail draw. Rodney Prescott with Bottles. William Anton Georgi III with Franz Joseph. Next to BB Prince, Bottles installed. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. with Chiringo. Elevated game. Fernando de la Cruz with 21 wins at the meet, the co-leader. Mitch Merle, Little Jake is loaded. And Martin Garcia with a credit. Over the mile, course firm rail at 12 feet this week. Here comes the 5th all in. They're off. Starter Oscar Quiroz caught them on a nice line out. Little Jake away well with toward the inside. Game Point and Bottles in the orange silks. Here's Franz Joseph, who's up with his leader, Little Jake, and a credit on the outside in a black cap. So with Mitch Merle, Little Jake just leads Franz Joseph out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to go. A credit is third and well up, and Bottles toward the inside, saving ground with the rail at 12 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. Chiringo, 5th upon settling by a half length. Elevated Game running in 6th. Game Point is 7th. BB Prince in 8th. And Ocean Victory has dropped back to last. The quarter in 22.74 seconds. Little Jake leads the turf mile. They have a half mile to go with on the outside Franz Joseph staying close to the leader. Rodney Prescott and Bottles a ground saving third with a credit running in 4th. A break of 3. BB Prince looking to launch a bit out deep on the course with toward the inside Chiringo, and in between them is Elevated Game. Game Point is second to last, and the trail remains Ocean Victory. A half mile in 45.59 seconds, and now the lead has switched hands. It's Franz Joseph for William Anton Georgi III, who led past the quarter pole from a credit who looms up. Franz Joseph as they make the swing. 3 lengths in front of a credit. Little Jake led but has dropped back, looking to stay on BB Prince with Game Point down the center of the course. There's a furlong to go. Franz Joseph just clings on. A credit keeps on charging for Martin Garcia and has taken the lead. It's a credit who pulls clear from Franz Joseph to win by 2.5. BB Prince was third, Game Point 4th, then Elevated Game from Bottles. Further back to Chiringo, along with Ocean Victory, and a tailed off Little Jake. $133.51 for the turf mile. 9 a credit at 9-2 was first. The judges have called for a place photo after the turf mile. A credit at 9-2 gets the result. Franz Joseph, BB Prince, second and third from Game Point. 4th and closest at the finish from Elevated Game with Bottles. Chiringo, Ocean Victory, and Little Jake. 133.51. The judges have posted the 6. Franz Joseph second at 10-1 odds. 7 BB Prince 9-1 third, and 1 Game Point at 5-2 gets into the frame. Martin Garcia here on the Son of Flatter at 9-2 to start the Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 off. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trello Sales winner circle number 9, a credit with Martin Garcia. A credit is an 8-year-old being gelding by Flatter. Out of the Bernstein mare, Burn Credit, Bubba Majeka trains and co-owns with Bob Grayson Jr. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the Turf Mile winner. A credit. $9.6 exacta returns $79.20. 50-cent trifecta, $100.15. 9-9 double, $62.20. 9-10 consolation double, $11.40. 10 Zach was a late scratch from the Turf Mile. They're the doubles. Game Point finished back in fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 9-6-7-1. Returned $89.87. $1 early pick 4, $133.90. Pick 3, $35.15, and $236.35 paid out the 50-cent early pick 5. 9 started, 133.51, firm, rel at 12 feet. 21 minutes away from race 6 of 9 on the day. Next sprint, scratch 1 Red Iola, 6 Jordan Steele, and 7 Swift B. Scratch the 1, 6, and 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta, double pick 3, post time 4:45. Just to remind all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next 2 race cards will be tomorrow and on Thursday, and that'll wrap up the week. No live racing on Friday nor this weekend. Wednesday and Thursday cards here from 2:10. The 5th all in. They're off. Starter Oscar Quiroz caught them on a nice line out. Little Jake away well with toward the inside. Game Point and Bottles in the orange silks. Here's Franz Joseph, who's up with his leader, Little Jake, and a credit on the outside in a black cap. So with Mitchell Morrill, Little Jake just leads Franz Joseph out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to go. A credit is third and well up, and Bottles toward the inside, saving ground with the rail at 12 feet as these leaders go to the back of the course. Chiringo, 5th upon settling by a half length. Elevated Game running in 6th. Game Point is 7th. BB Prince in 8th. And Ocean Victory has dropped back to last. The quarter in 22.74 seconds. Little Jake leads the Turf Mile. They have a half mile to go with on the outside Franz Joseph staying close to the leader. Rodney Prescott and Bottles a ground saving third with a credit running in 4th. A break of 3. BB Prince looking to launch a bit out deep on the course with toward the inside Chiringo, and in between them is Elevated Game. Game Point is second to last, and the trail remains Ocean Victory. A half mile in 45.59 seconds, and now the lead has switched hands. It's Franz Joseph for William Anton George III, who led past the quarter pole from a credit who looms up. Franz Joseph as they make the swing. 3 lengths in front of a credit. Little Jake led but has dropped back. Looking to stay on BB Prince with Game Point down the center of the course. There's a furlong to go. Franz Joseph just clings on. A credit keeps on charging for Martin Garcia and has taken the lead. It's a credit who pulls clear from Franz Joseph to win by 2.5. BB Prince was third. Game Point fourth. Then Elevated Game from Bottles. Further back to the 5th. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
We are 9 minutes to race 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we are back on the dirt for an Indiana bred filly mare 3-year-old and up allowance. Few scratches in here of the 1, 6, and 7, as you can see. The 2 is the heavy favorite at 6-5, and that is my top selection today. Grand Harbor. Grand Harbor gets the leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz, in the irons today for Mr. Aaron West. Aaron West is high percentage in everything. His win clip is almost 19%. He's the beaten favorite, which is the case here last time as this horse finished second, May 21st. He is 30% when his horse is the beaten favorite and comes back. Allowance ranks 22%. Sprints 21%. And that is a bay if I've ever seen one. That filly, I think we have a groom that's tiny, but that horse is dwarfing her even more. That is a leggy, long, muscular-looking filly right there, Grand Harbor. She's a 3-year-old by Instagrand, so Into Mischief, top sire. God, she looks like she's ready to go too. She doesn't even look really that nervous. She looks super confident. Yeah, she looks good. This one is making her third lifetime start. So she breaks the maiden first out on April 15th with Sammy up. Then she goes first time with winners second after a bump, and then kind of went it says 3 paths at the 3/16th pole. So she waited and made a move then, which I liked. And now she switches to Fernando de la Cruz. So I really like the 2. Everyone else does. I'm not going to belabor that. Let's talk about some other options here. The 3 is 7-2, Ozona. Ozona has Keith Asmussen, one of my most favorite people, honestly. He is just as weird and as dorky as I am, and that's why we love him. This is a Swifty bred filly by Volatile. She's owned by Mike Rutherford and Steve Asmussen trains. Steve hasn't started as many horses at the start of the meet this year as he has last year. I'm sure that will increase. He does have a barn here, but this horse has early speed, as you can see. I mean, pretty much sends every single time. Steve is 22. He's high percentage also, but his highest percent in the categories that this race falls into, which is sprint, an allowance sprint, and his horse also is the beaten favorite. He's 22%. And out of smaller numbers, obviously, I mean, when you're 22% out of 610 is your sample, that's a good sample. So I'm definitely going to go with Ozana mixed in somewhere. Could she win? Possibly. She has had, excuse me, guys, 45 days off. I like that little bit of a freshening. So I'm just going 2, 3, 4 here. 7-1. Liam's Charge. Burgos here looking for a double as he did just win the last race. This filly is trained by Rob Dobbs by Bo Liam, a Liam's Map, obviously. Kitty's Charge by Exchange Rate. This one's also making its 3rd lifetime start. Now, I'm putting a line through the last race. Granted, we're looking at 2025 starts. Remember that. So she comes out on debut. He didn't start her till October 9th as a 2-year-old. I like that. Rob takes his time with horses. Look how cute that little gray filly is. Look at her little spiky hair and her tiny little face. Oh my God, I want to squeeze it. She broke her mane at first asking by a link with the Burgos aboard. Then she goes into... She came out November 13th, I think, which was closing day last year. She had an awkward start. It was a stakes race. It was a full horse field. Every Indiana bred that's eligible for those stakes runs in them that can. And she ended up, finishing 8th, as you can see. Draw a line through that. She also didn't have Lasix. I haven't talked to Rob, but I bet she bled. She's had the winter off. They're putting her on Lasix. He's 22% in sprints, and it's her first time in an allowance. I'm kind of shocked she's 8-1 right now. 2, 3, 4 for me. And dude, look at Burgos. He's like ready to go. Come on, Smiley. Get a double today. 2, 3, 4 for me here in the 6th race. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, for information on the 9th race, we now have a jockey change to announce for the first time in the 9th. That's the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. 9th race in your program, 6:15 finale, 6-8 political lady wins. Now make the jockey Alberto Serran. Alberto Serran on 6, 8 political lady wins. That's in the 9th. The horses call post right now for the 6th race. Fillies Mare Sprint here over the 6 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch 1, Red Iola. 6, Jordan's Deal, and 7, Swift B. Scratch the 1, 6, and 7. 9, Rich and Faith was first to step on. Fast Track. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta featured here on the Distaff Dash. Double pick 3. Drove soon. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando Vera Cruz with Grand Harbor. First to take her position in the starting gate, Luis Contreras with Gatling Girl. Now Keith Asmussen with Ozona. Ozona went in well. Alberto Burgos with Liam's Charge facing up to the gate. Grand Harbor right now the 8-5 favorite. Little Ransom's Fire is in. Irving Moncada with the win on the card. Liam's Charge joined. Mitchell Morrow with Rich in Faith, so stand by. One more, Jose Gutierrez with Eyeshadow. All in. Ready. They're off and sprinting. Eyeshadow quick away with Rich and Faith pursuing. Here's Ozona in the orange cap, and Grand Harbor making a bid for it too as they scramble early on. And it is toward the inside. Grand Harbor, who slips through now for Fernando Veta Cruz to take a short lead from Ozona, who's right there for Keith Asmussen. Eyeshadow's just off them third. Rich and Faith running in fourth. Liam's Charge comes with an attack now from the rail to 3.5. Little Ransom's Fire is running second to last, and Gatling Girl trails as they round the far turn. The quarter wicked pace, 21.40 through as they round the far turn. And here's Eyeshadow ranging up along with Ozona. They come to the forefront. Grand Harbor's third under pressure. Little Ransom's Fire is closing into this pace with Liam's Charge, Rich in Faith, and Gatling Girl on the front side. These fillies mares straight and away. Half mile, 4 ticks over 44. Keith Asmussen and Ozona. Ozona reaching out for this final furlong has a 2-length buffer zone over Liam's Charge, who's coming hard and fast for Alberto Burgos. And Liam's Charge just swept past Ozona and is pulling away with aplomb. Liam's Charge gets the result by 5 from Ozona. Rich and Faith was third, then Eyeshadow, Gatling Girl from Little Ransom's Fire, and Grand Harbor was last of the 7. One 10.20. Phillies mare sprint. 4, 3, 9, 10, 4. Liam's Charge. 6-1 first, closing into a fast pace. 21.43, 44.04, 56.93. Ozona was second. The Liam's Charge, Rich in Faith, and Eyeshadow. 5-year-old mare was back in fourth. Gatling Girl from Little Ransom's Fire. 8-5 Grand Harbor. Last of the septet, Alberto Burgos for Rob Dobbs Jr. The Bo Liam filly, Liam's Charge at 6-1. The judges have posted number 5, Gatling Girl for the Pentafecta 5th. 4, 3, 9, 10, 5. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circles, the 4, Liam's Charge with Alberto Burgos. Liam's Charge is a 3-year-old gray roan filly by Bo Liam. At a Kitty's Charge by exchange rate, Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for Scott Selden's Milidar Selden Revocable Trust. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Liam's Charge. A 6-1 winner. Result official. Four three exacta, paid $55.80. 50-cent trifecta, $97. 9-4 double, $220.20. 10-cent superfecta, 4-3-9-10, paid $58.47. The pick three, 9 with the 9 with the 4, $211.40. 10-cent pentafecta, Gatling Girl fifth, 4-3, 9-10, 5 pentafecta, $301.38. In the Phillies Mare Sprint, 1, 6, and 7 were non-starters. Favorite 7th, 7 ran, 110.20. Race 7, the Turf Mile. Scratch the 2, Modern Sound. Scratch the 2. 12 Sunday Slipper, the jockey will be Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott will partner the 12 Sunday Slipper. 4 Victor Help Me is a pound over the weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Another 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta. Wager featured on the Turf Mile. Starts the $5 last call thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 of the day, races 7, 8, and 9. On a course-rated firm, Turf Rail at 12 feet. Post time for the Turf feature, 5:16. Ready. They're off and sprinting. Eyeshadow quick away with Rich and Faith pursuing. Here's Ozona in the orange cap and Grand Harbor making a bid for it too as they scramble early on. And it is toward the inside. Grand Harbor, who slips through now for Fernando Veta Cruz to take a short lead from Ozona, who's right there for Keith Asmussen. Eyeshadow's just off them third. Rich and Faith running in fourth. Liam's Charge comes with an attack now from the rail to 3.5. Little Ransom's Fire is running second to last, and Gatling Girl trails as they round the far turn. The quarter wicked pace, 21.40 through as they round the far turn. And here's Eyeshadow ranging up along with Ozona. They come to the forefront. Grand Harbor's third under pressure. Little Ransom's Fire is closing into this pace with Liam's Charge, Rich and Faith, and Gatling Girl on the front side. These fillies mares straight and away. Half mile, 4 ticks over 44. Keith Asmussen and Ozona. Ozona reaching out for this final furlong has a 2-length buffer zone over Liam's Charge, who's coming hard and fast for Alberto Burgos. And Liam's Charge just swept past Ozona and is pulling away with aplomb. Liam's Charge gets the result by 5 from Ozona. Rich and Faith was third, then Eyeshadow, Gatling Girl from Little Ransom's Fire, and Grand Harbor was...
What a day for Rob Dobbs as he gets another one, wins both ends of the Indiana-bred filly first level allowance race. The sired one earlier, and now that bred one there with Liam's Charge, who looks to be very, very talented. I expect to see that filly on the Indiana Derby undercard on July 11th in the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Filly Division, going 6 panels. I'd have to think she's going to be the horse to beat. What an effort there turned in. Opened up 2-1, did she, and drifted up and ended up paying 6-1. Now, turn the page. Race number 7, the second leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3 as we head back out to the turf, a mile on the firm turf, that turf rail 12 feet out. This is a filly and mare first level allowance race going, again, a mile on the turf. And we do have a scratch in here, number 2, Modern Sound. All the money coming in on the Brad Cox Horse Good family, and deservedly so. And I know that's a single on a lot of tickets, but she is my top pick as well. She debuted at Fairgrounds back in February and ran an okay race despite being off very, very slow and having a wide journey, and ran on under flow. Was fourth beaten 4 lengths. Very promising effort. Subsequent start there at the Fairgrounds, Edgard Zayas took the call and ran a really, really monster race. Broke the maiden by 3 1/4 lengths, or 3.5 lengths rather. 137-1 was the time that day, and it wasn't as far back. Did break well and just kind of stalked the pace. She looks like a filly that you can just turn off and get, squeeze her out of the gate, get her in position, and then she'll relax for you. When it's time to go, she knows how to do her job. Last start in that Churchill Downs first level allowance race, only beaten 10 lengths. That was a loaded race, and it kind of chased and kind of faded, but maybe didn't like that turf course. I don't know, but 6-5 right now. She's the obvious horse to beat. She's drawing the inside. Mitch Merle has the call, and really good bred filly here by American Pharoah out of that dazzling Sun mare, and just turf pedigree top and bottom. And I'd look for this horse to run a big race. Like I said, I do think she's going to be forward. I don't think she'll be on the lead, but you kind of have to protect that inside draw. I do think there's some faster horses to the outside, but she is my top pick in here. Now, number 3, Jalila, comes from the barn of George Weaver, and Adam Beschizza has the call. This one's 2.5-1 on the tote board. She'll break right alongside the favorite Good Family, and this is another one that appears well met throughout her career. She's ran some good races and took on some really stiff competition. You go back to Churchill back in May of last year in the Gret Stake. That was a grade 3 event. She came back in the Gulfstream Stake, was only beaten 3 lengths, and didn't have a very, very good trip that day at all. And the next couple starts were okay, only beaten 3 lengths down there in South Florida. Tried the Poly, really didn't like any part of that. And then the most recent race at Keeneland, kind of promising race. She got back on track, was only beaten 4 1/4 lengths, got a decent number that day. Jockey lost the lost the whip that day. So I think Jalila at 5-2 is definitely worth a play here in race number 7. Now, another horse that I expected to take some action is number 7. She's currently 9-2 down from those 8-1 odds, but you expect that with a horse like Modern Sound being scratched at her price on the line. And this one is a lightly raced filly. She's only raced 5 times for a 4-year-old. She's by Gun Runner out of an Uncle Mo mare. They gave $135,000 for her, and making the first start of the year. Now, debuted at Gulfstream last year, took a little bit of money and ran okay, came back at Keeneland and a race taken off the turf, and I don't think that was to her liking. And then was third beaten 2 lengths with Pratt there at Keeneland, and was forward. And I expect her to be forward today. Broke the maiden at Saratoga. I know it was a claiming race, but it was $100,000 in the middle of the summer up there in upstate New York, and she made all the pace. Now, I don't think she's going to get things her own way. I think she's going to have company. I do think there's some speed signed on, especially to the outside of her as well. But she is a very talented filly. She's ran decent numbers. She tries each and every time, and I like seeing that she's getting some support down from those 8-1 odds at 4.5-1 currently. But for me, it's all about Good Family. I think Brad Cox is definitely a horse to beat. I know it's a single on a lot of tickets. If you're live in the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3, good luck. Started off with that stake went in a credit, paying $11.20. If you're live in the Pick 5 or 4, that double just came back to start the opening legs of the Pick 4, $220. So you're in line for a huge payout. Well, riders up, horses on the way to the track. The final Pick 3 kicks off here in 5 minutes. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 7th race. Distaff Turf Mile, a field of 11. Scratch the 2 Modern Sound. Number 2 Modern Sound has been scratched. 12 Sunday Slipper, a jockey change to Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott partners the 12 Sunday Slipper. Number 4 Victor Help Me, 1 pound over the program weight. Exacted Trifecta Superfecta. The Distaff Turf Mile features the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager here. Starts the $5 last call thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 of the day, first leg. Firm and fast with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. For the second time today, crossing over to the turf course at Horseshoe Indianapolis, near the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in, Mitchell Murrell with Good Family, the daughter of American Pharaoh. First of 11 to take her position within the starting gate. Jaime Torres with Athalila. Adam Esquitza with Jalila. Oscar Villarreal. Adorable Moments went in well. Now Jalila. Manny Escobar with Click Here. Click Here went in well. Victor Help Me. Alex Achard on the Tuesday score sheet. That's Victor Help Me getting very fractious within the starting gate. Victor Help Me was the fractious filly there. Marcelino Pavdoza Jr. Fana went in fine. Now they're backing out Victor Help Me. Backed out of the starting gate at 26-1 was Victor Help Me. She's now out to 27-1. So Victor Help Me okayed by the track veterinarian to reload and run. She's on the drift now, out to 30-1 on Victor Help Me. Alex Achard on the score sheet today. Carlos Franca Sassy Alley went in well. Joseph Biomer with Red Beretta. Joe Ramos Amazing Lady coming up. Here's Amazing Lady, two back. Amazing Lady loaded for the mile, so one more. Gene Elliott Partners Sunday Slipper. Good Family, 9-5 favorite. Mitchell Murrell for Brad Cox. Favorite has the rail draw and Sunday Slipper. All in. And they're off. Good Family, away well. Sassy Alley showing speed as they make their way past the awning. Nearest the inside is Jalila, and here's Athalila, who's up and after the lead for Jaime Torres, and right with Athalila is Adorable Moments. So first run since Saratoga for Athalila, who leads Adorable Moments as they enter the first turn. Toward the inside is Good Family, and Sassy Alley is running in fourth, Red Beretta fifth. Jalila is a ground-saving sixth, with Click Here running in seventh as these fillies of mare go to the back of the course. Then toward the inside comes Victor Help Me, who's next in formation from Sunday Slipper, who just covers Fana near the rail, and Amazing Ladies last. The opening quarter, 22.78 seconds. Athalila leads them to a half mile from home. Adorable Moments staying right there with with Athalila. Good Family running in third. Sassy Alley fourth here in the turf mile. Jalila stays rooted to the rail, running in fifth. Red Beretta is sixth as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Victor Help Me is next, followed on the outside by Click Here with Sunday Slipper, and to the inside is Fana, still in the back half. An Amazing Lady will have to pass them all and a quarter of a mile to do so. The half mile for Athalila, 46.37 seconds with Jaime Torres. It's Athalila holding the charge for home with Good Family now coming with a run, and Jalila right there toward the inside looking for a gap. It's Athalila with a furlong to last, and she's finding it's Athalila and Jalila. They're now 1-2. Good Family is third, but just running in place. Athalila, Jalila toward the inside. Athalila. And all the way winner for Jaime. Jalila was kept at bay by Athalila. Amazing Lady had late interest from Good Family, Sassy Alley with Sunday Slipper, Click Here. Then came Fana, along with Adorable Moments, Red Beretta, and Victor Help Me, who was fractious prior to the start, was last home. .134.44 after the Distaff Turf Mile. 134.44. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. It's in frame now. 7-3-11-157. Athalila, first up since Saratoga, takes out her 2026 seasonal bow. 2-1 on 3. Jalila, the runner-up. Phillies Mares Turf Mile. 11 Amazing Lady, 18-1 third. Good Family, 2-1 fourth. Sassy Alley, 50-1 gets into the frame. Click Here was sixth. Adorable Moments from Fana and Red Beretta. So there's Athalila, Gunrunner filly. Jaime Torres for Riley Mott. Glebe Ventures, she wins her 4-year-old seasonal bow. 7-3-11-1-5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle is the 7 Athalila with Jaime Torres. Athalila is a 4-year-old bay filly by Gunrunner. Out of the Uncle Mo mare, Divine Elegance. Riley Mott trains for Jake Warden's Glebe Ventures. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Breeze Easy LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Athalila. The 7-3 exacta paid $44 even. 50-cent trifecta, $111.55. 4-7 double, $166.40. 10-cent superfecta paid $83.89. Good Family was fourth. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Athalila, $332.40, and the 10-cent pentafecta returned $1,293 in that wheat penny. Sassy Alley was fifth, 134.44. 2 was a non-runner, 11 ran. Couple more to go, 19 minutes away from race 8. Another over the course, 9 run. 2 Tamarack Square jockey change to Alberto Burgos. Will be riding for a hat trick of wins on the card. Alberto Burgos is on the 2 Tamarack Square. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, and start of our final double. Fast track for the finale. Post time, 5:47. In. And they're off. Good family, away well. Sassy Alley showing speed as they make their way past the awning. Nearest the inside is Jalila, and here's Athalila, who's up and after the lead for Jaime Torres, and right with Athalila is Adorable Moments. So first run since Saratoga for Athalila, who leads Adorable Moments as they enter the first turn. Toward the inside is Good Family, and Sassy Alley is running in fourth, Red Beretta fifth. Jalila is a ground-saving sixth, with Click Here running in seventh as these fillies and mare go to the back of the course. Then toward the inside comes Victor Help Me, who's next in formation from Sunday Slipper, who just covers Fana near the rail, and Amazing Ladies last. The opening quarter, 22.78 seconds. Athalila leads them to a half mile from home. Adorable Moments staying right there with Athalila. Good Family running in third. Sassy Alley fourth here in the turf mile. Jalila stays rooted to the rail, running in fifth. Red Beretta is sixth as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Victor Help Me is next, followed on the outside by Click Here with Sunday Slipper, and to the inside is Fana, still in the back half. An Amazing Lady will have to pass them all and a quarter of a mile to do so. The half mile for Athalila, 46.37 seconds with Jaime Torres. It's Athalila who leads the charge for home with Good Family now coming with a run, and Jalila right there toward the inside looking for a gap. It's Athalila with a furlong to last, and she's finding it's Athalila and Jalila. They're now 1-2. Good Family is third, but just running in place. Athalila, Jalila toward the inside. Athalila. And all the way winner for Jaime. Jalila was kept at bay by Athalila. Amazing.
And then there were two, down to just two races here on this beautiful Tuesday from Shelbyville. Race number 8 coming up. The final thoroughbred race kicks off the final daily double with that quarter horse event in race number 9. We'll have Martha on to give you some insight about those 2-year-olds. Now, just 9 minutes to post. We stay on the turf course here. Turf is firm, 12 feet. And if you're live in the pick 4s and 5s, good luck. Just looking at the wheel pace, even the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3, I think maybe the lowest payout, that dollar wager was $189 all the way up to better than $2,200. Now the Pick 4, I believe with Sly Guy, who's probably the favorite in the Pick 4s, number 6, I think it's paying around $2,559 all the way up to $61,000. Now the Pick 5 is Big Balloons. Now, should the 2 win, I believe there'll be a carryover. Any other number is covered. I think the lowest pick 5 is around $7,900 all the way up to $110,000. So good luck to those of you who are still alive. If you're not still alive, let's try to get this race here and get paid here in race number 8. As we take a closer look in here, number 5, Justice One More Time, is where I'll start. He's 4.5 to 1 on the board right now and comes in from Fairmont Park. Now, this is Indiana bred. We've seen here a few times, but ships over from Collinsville and Rhonda Thurman to give a leg up to Javier Diego. And it's interesting, Diego came to come ride this horse. Fairmont runs today, and you know, I think this horse is in with a chance. Now, 2 for 35, yeah, I get it. The horse doesn't like to win, but the horse does show up. Now, 6 times has been second, 9 times third. All in all, that's 17 for 35 in the money, so just about 50% lifetime in the money. Now, the last start, I like that race at Fairmont. Non-315 against the Open Company, obviously beating just 3/4 of the length after making that first start off the freshening at that 5.5 furlong distance. I think the horse is better at a route. I think the horse likes the turf. The horse does own a win on the turf, and the horse is versatile. The horse could stalk and will relax and will raid. If you notice the non-2 win at Hawthorne, the horse rallied from 6th. Last start, it made all the pace and just got doggedly ran down at that first start going a mile. Second start off the layoff after being off since November 12th. I think the horse is going to be double tough in here. Like I said, there's a little bit of speed signed on. It's turf sired allowance event, so we know Jay Holden's going to have about 3 in here. So he's got a couple of fillies in here. He's got some with speed. He's got some closer. A couple of the horses do have speed. I think Sly Guy has speed. So I think it sets up for Justice One More Time. Should those horses go? Should they not go? Think everybody else is going? Maybe he could find himself on a lead. He just has to jump well and find a good position, get into stride, nice comfortable rhythm. And as I speak, he goes up to 6 to 1. I think that's a huge price on Justice One More Time. That Fairmont Park track is deep, so horses coming off that track are always legged up when they go elsewhere. Now, to the outside, the horse taking the money right now at 2.5 to 1 is number 9, Polar Drift. Now, this one comes from the barn of Bob Gorham, reunites with Fernando de la Cruz, and I can see why the public is behind this horse. Now, this horse does have 3 starts on the turf, a win, made almost $30,000. The last turf start, if we go all the way back to August of last year, the last 2 turf starts, in fact, were first level lounge races. We're 7th, in behind McAdoo, who we'll see here in a couple of weeks on the turf for Napiru and Danny Simpson. But the race in the snack is the one I liked, behind Chicory Blaze from Rob Dobbs' barn. Was 4th, beating just 10 lengths, and it ran a really good race. Does show some grit. I think the horse is going to appreciate getting back to the turf. And drawn to the outside, I would expect this horse will have to be forward, maybe use a little bit to go up and after the lead with Fernando. Now, speaking of Jay Holden, I'm going to use one of his horses here, the one that's drawn the rail at 13 to 1, Pretty on the Prairie. Now, this is a 5-year-old mare taking on the boys, but Holden's horses are all trained for the turf, and he tries to breed for the turf, and this one has faced the boys before. In fact, last year in September 7th in the same kind of race was 3rd, beating 3 lengths behind Ricky Short Zach. But most recently off the freshening, the horse was 5th, beating 9 lengths in behind Sweet Heat. That's a really good filly from the Caratoy barn, and 1 start under the belt. I think that horse ran a really bang-up race back on June 3rd. Now, is it a little quick back after being off that long, making the first start going long? Maybe, but can the horse show up and get a slice at a price? I think so. Now, 13 to 1, now it goes 14 to 1. I got to use this horse on my tickets if I'm playing some supers or even trifectas. This horse needs to be on there. The other Jay Holden piece, I think most of the money of his 2 will be on the 4 Hot Black Coffee. But I like the 1. I like the inside draw. I like Bilmer. He's a very patient rider. And I think that's the horse I'm going to add underneath. The horses I think that will be short priced, my top 2, 5, and 9. So I wanted a little bit of value here in the 8th race, which offers win, play, show, exacta, try. Super starts at late daily double. And also, good luck to those of you who are live in the pick 4, 5, and that horseshoe hat trick turf pick 3. Here they come for race number 8. Starts the late double in 4 minutes. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This race will be run on the turf over the mile and 16th. A field of 9. All 9 run to Tamarack Square. The jockey Alberto Burgos will be riding for a hat trick of wins on the card. Alberto Burgos here on the 2. Tamarack Square. 8, the King Stinger is a pound over. In the 9th, quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast track. From the finale, scratch the AE 11 Ladies Blue Success. 9th race, scratch the AE number 11. 6, Apolitical Lady wins. The jockey Alberto Serran. Ride 6, Apolitical Lady wins. 9th race, overweights. 4, He's Tough plus 7. 7, Coco Poppy 6 over. 8, Scarlet's Habit 7 over. 9, What a Golden Diva plus 6 pounds. Firm and fast for the final 2. Due off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Set to cross over to the turf course for a final time today. Fast track for the final quarter horse dash of the day. Going over, heading up to the mile and 16 start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joseph Boomer with the mare Pretty on the Prairie. Javier Diego, Justice One More Time, joins her. Now Tamarack Square. Alberto Burgos with a couple of wins on the card. Joe Ramos with Sly Guy coming up. Joseph Romero with Parker. Sando Sanjor, 4-star General, like Polar Drift, both for Bob Gorham. Samuel Bermudez and Hot Black Coffee's part of the Jay Holden trio. Here over the mile and 16th, just two back. The King Stinger, Micah Meeks claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. One more, Fernando Cruz with Polar Drift. She's rated firm, relative 12 feet this week. Up comes Polar Drift. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's Hot Black Coffee with toward the inside, Pretty on the Prairie. Here comes Polar Drift. And right over toward that rail for Fernando de la Cruz. Polar Drift leads out from Hot Black Coffee in a navy cap. On the outside is Sly Guy going for an early attack as they line up for the first turn. Then toward the inside is Justice One More Time in fourth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. The King Stinger fifth, with Parker settled back in 6th place. And then comes Tamarack Square. Farther back toward the inside, Pretty on the Prairie, and 4-star General lacks early speed. These Indiana breds go to the back of the course, being led by Polar Drift. The opening quarter, 23.08 seconds. Polar Drift leads a close-up Hot Black Coffee, and Sly Guy is in the black cap, 3 deep uncovered. Here's the half-mile pole with Justice One More Time, tracking them now from 4th for Javier Diego. The King Stinger with the rail from Parker, who's next, followed by Tamarack Square, Pretty on the Prairie, and 4-star General being asked to pick up well out from home by Sando Sanjor. Half mile, 46.61 seconds. They enter the far turn. Polar Drift continues to lead with Fernando de la Cruz. Polar Drift looking to make every yard from Hot Black Coffee, who's right there in range for Samuel Bermudez with under a quarter of a mile to go. And toward the inside, Justice One More Time getting a good toe into this as the Geldings and Fillion Mare turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 10.39 seconds. Polar Drift is defending his turf. Here's Justice One More Time, who switched out and is trying to inch up here to Polar Drift. The King Stinger is staying on. Parker down the center of the course with the rally. It's Justice One More Time for Javier Diego, who takes Polar Drift. Justice One More Time, 1 by 3 from Polar Drift. Third's close. Third's a photo, a nose between Parker with the King Stinger. They hit it together. Pretty on the Prairie finished back in 5th. 5-9, then a show photo. 142.54. 5. Justice One More Time at 5-1 was first. 9 Polar Drift at 7-2 was second. 5 beats the 9. Javier Diego for Rhonda Thurman. 5-1 winner on top of the 7-2 runner-up. Third is close. Here it is. Third is up to the judges. Parker with the King Stinger. That's a photo. Pretty on the Prairie. Hot Black Coffee faded in the home run. 4-Star General over Tamarack Square, and Sly Guy the one who tailed off. So it's Justice One More Time. Comes in from Fairmont to win it at 5-1. The judges have posted number 3, Parker third, Just Edge the 8, the King Stinger fourth, 1 Pretty on the Prairie, the mare getting into the frame for the Pentafecta. So there it is, 5-9, 3-8-1. It's gone to Justice One More Time. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5. Justice One More Time was always traveling well under Javier Diego. Justice One More Time is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Harry's Holiday and of Golden Pioneer by Pioneer of the Nile. Rhonda Thurman trains for Kelly and Austin Thurman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Justice One More Time. $5-9 exacta, paid $60 even. 50-cent trifecta, $5.93, $73.90. The King Stinger ran 4th. Pretty on the Prairie was 5th. 10-cent superfecta, $5.938. Paid $114.82. Pick 3, $265.40. $5 last call, thoroughbred double, $7.5 and even $301. The 50-cent late fire 5, $13,865. The $1 Itoba late pick 4 pays out on 404. $142.54 on a form course. $6,826.50 paid out that $1 late pick 4. Pick 3, $265.40, and the 10-cent pentafecta, $429.99. Pretty on the Prairie ran 5th. 142.54, 17 minutes away from the quarter horse maiden dash. 2-year-olds over the 300 yards. Fast track headwind, scratch the also eligible. 11 Ladies Blue Success. 6-8 Political Lady wins. Alberto Serran rides 6-8 Political Lady wins. Overweights for He's Tough +7. 7 Cocoa Poppy +6. 8 Scarlet's Habit is 7 over, and 9 What a Golden Diva 6 over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, and there's the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured. Post time will be at 6:15. They're in the game. And they're off. And it's hot black coffee with toward the inside, Pretty on the Prairie. Here comes Polar Drift. And right over toward that rail for Fernando de la Cruz. Polar Drift leads out from hot black coffee in a navy cap. On the outside is Sly Guy going for an early attack as they line up for the first turn. Then toward the inside is Justice One More Time in 4th, and they have 6 furlongs to run. The King Stinger 5th, with Parker settled back in 6th place. And then comes Tamarack Square. Farther back, 2 toward the inside, Pretty on the Prairie, and 4-star General lacks early speed. These Indiana breds go to the back of the course, being led by Polar Drift. The opening quarter, 23.08 seconds. Polar Drift leads a close-up Hot Black Coffee, and Sly Guy is in the black cap, 3 deep uncovered. Here's the half-mile pole with Justice One More Time, tracking them now from 4th for Javier Diego. The King Stinger with the rail from Parker, who's next, followed by Tamarack Square, Pretty on the Prairie, and 4-star General being asked to pick up well out from home by Santos Sanjor. Half mile, 46.61 seconds. They enter the far turn. Polar Drift continues to lead with Fernando de la Cruz. Polar Drift looking to make every yard from Hot Black Coffee, who's right there in range for Samuel Bermudez with under a quarter of a mile to go. And toward the inside, Justice One More Time getting a good toe into this as the Geldings and Philly and Mare turn for home. 3/4 woman at 10.39 seconds. Polar Drift is defending his turf. Here's Justice One More Time, who switched out and is trying to inch up here to Polar Drift. The King Stinger is staying on. Parker down the center of the course with the rally. It's Justice One More Time for Javier Diego, who takes Polar Drift. Justice One More Time, 1 by 3 from Polar Drift. Third's close. Third's a photo, a nose between. Please note in this upcoming 9th race, number 2, KV Power, now add 2 pounds to the program weight. The 2 KV Power plus 2 pounds.
Well, we are getting very close to the conclusion of the Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to send you home with a nice 2-year-old maiden quarter horse race. And before we talk about those horses, congrats to Tim Eggleston for a very nice score in yesterday's allowance by Perry's Secret Gold. This was the second victory of the meet for this gelding by Racy Secret, owned by Roger Cerulek and ridden very nicely by Eduardo Diaz. You know, I think I think this horse really has a lot of appeal and probably worthy of a stakes try pretty soon. All right, well, we have just one more race. It's going to be for 2-year-olds. We scratched the 11, but we've got a nice field of 10 competing at 300 yards. Interesting mix of some horses that have had a start and others that are making their very first race as a 2-year-old in this particular season. So we'll check out some of the horses. It's not exactly an easy race to handicap, but let's go. All right, I'm going to begin with number 10, and that's Tempt and Tell. This is a nicely bred Oklahoma gelding by Tell Cartel, who's debuting for Tim Eggleston, and will get the riding services of Eduardo Diaz. Kind of nothing flashy in the morning's works or training race, but I do like the fact that this horse is drawing that outside post position. Tell Cartel, excellent stallion. You know, the thing about the 2-year-olds is that they're just learning as they go along. So sometimes when they draw right in the middle, they got to worry about a horse to the inside, outside, and it can get a little bit daunting. So at least if Eduardo can get this gelding out of the gate pretty quickly, he has a smooth sailing from that far outside post. That's what I'm going with as my top choice. Number 10, Tempt and Tell. Let's move next to number 2, KV Power. 2 training races under his belt for the Claudio Barazza barn. This is a very handsome gray, son of KVN Corona, who was a pretty awesome juvenile. He was actually AQHA champion, a 2-year-old, and he's producing some very outstanding horses. We've got Edgar Diaz, who is 56% in the money, rides pretty much not exclusively first call rider for Barazza, but ridden for some other trainers, and he's excellent. So we'll see how they do. Again, post position 2, we'll just have to see. Some horses can fare well. Trainers have told me a fast horse can run from any post, but you know, I have my own little handicapping preferences. All right, we'll go next to number 4, and that's He's Tough. Now, this horse has the benefit of 2 starts already this season for conditioner Sacramento Chavez. He ran a solid speed number when he debuted on May 2nd. Did not win, but ran pretty well. Then he came back 3 weeks later, but had a terribly troubled trip and finished out of the money. Antonio Rodriguez, who I believe is the cousin of German Rodriguez, who we know and love, has the return call. We'll just see how this colt by Lethal Corona does, making his 3rd start already of his 2-year-old season. And I'll round out my top 4 with number 8, Scarlett's Habit, going to make her first start for trainer Tony Cunningham. Already won a thoroughbred race today and is just 2 wins away from his 1,000th quarter horse victory. And of course, we're all rooting for him. He's such a great guy. The works don't jump off the page, but I do love the pedigree. Carolyn Bruce bred this filly by Habit's Secret, and how many times have we seen Habit's Secret progeny in the winner's circle at Horseshoe Indianapolis? Just an unbelievably powerful and just beautiful, beautiful composure timing. That was his deal when he was racing, and he's producing some great horses. So Danny Martinez, current leading rider with 9 wins, has the call. I don't know, a lot of them just really look interesting on paper, and you have to see what they look like in the paddock, and hopefully they all get a nice clean break. All right, so I'll go 10, 2, 4, 8, but we do have a carryover of $1,800 in our quarter horse Pentafecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. I'm always looking for a long shot for you guys, and so my choice today is number 6, Apolitical Lady Wins. See about adding that horse, a filly, to your ticket. We got German Rodriguez, who not only trains but will ride this filly, and he's going to utilize the flipping halter, might give her a little more stability and focus in the starting gate. So that's it for today. Good luck to all. We will be back tomorrow, and then Thursday we'll cap off the card with a nice finale of the QHRAI Derby, a bunch of really sharp 3-year-olds in trials a couple weeks ago. It's going to be a great final. All right, have a good evening, everybody.
The horses call postword for the ninth and final. Capping off the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. Over the 300 yards. Fast track, 10 start. Scratch the also eligible 11. Ladies, Blue Success. 6 Apolitical Lady wins. The jockey Alberto Serran. Ride 6 Apolitical Lady wins. Reported overweights. The 2 plus 2. 4 plus 7. The 7 is 6 over. 8 Scarlet's Habit plus 7. And the 9 is 6 over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There was a carryover in the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta of $1,806. Fast track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. KLT, Tell 'em Separate coming up. A Political Lady wins, uses a flipping halter. Coco Poppy. KV Power coming up to post 2. Scarlet's Habit. Eagle and Flight like Scarlet's Habit, both here for Tony Cunningham.
Riders off the 9.
What a Golden Diva. Nine to 1 on Eagle and Flight. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez resets on What a Golden Diva. He's tough in. Big speeder back. At 300 yards, one more. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Tempt and Tell. Wednesday and Thursday cards here from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Big speeder back. Getting a bit fractious and back of the starting gate here at 300 yards. 13 to 1 on Big Speederback. Now Big Speederback has joined the rest of the maiden cast as Christian Penaloza resets. And Tempt and Tell. Back Wednesday from 2:10, all in line. Tempt and Tell. All good. Off the Tuesday finale. He's Tough, broke sharp. Apolitical Wins also coming with a bid to lead the maiden past the 220, but Apolitical Wins is jinking in. It's Apolitical Wins from He's Tough, and here's Coco Poppy, who's launching late. Apolitical Lady Wins has won it from He's Tough and Coco Poppy with KV Power back and forth. Number 6, Apolitical Lady wins. 17 to 1, wins the finale. Alberto Serran picks it up for German Rodriguez. Apolitical Lady wins from He's Tough and Coco Poppy, second and third. KV Power, fourth across. Scarlet's Habit, What a Golden Diva were together with Eagle and Flight. Among those next home in the maiden juvenile. There's Apolitical Lady wins at second asking. The judges have posted number 4, He's Tough, second. 7, Coco Poppy, third. 2, KV Power was fourth. And 8, Scarlet's Habit for the quarter horse pentafecta. 16.105, fast track, 64728. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, this 6 Apolitical Lady wins with Alberto Sora. Apolitical Lady wins, a 2-year-old male followed by Eos Apolitical win. Out of Lady Alabama by Tres Saiz. German Rodriguez trains for Patty Marshall and Riley Fisher. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning collections of Apolitical Lady wins the maiden juvenile. It's official. 6-4 exacta, $133.40. 5-6 double, $294. The 10-cent superfecta paid $181.20. KV Power ran fourth. 6-4 exacta, $133.40. The final pick 3 of the day. 7 with the 5 with the 6, $528.65. 10 cents quarter horse pentafecta, $4,532.98. Scarlet's Habit ran fifth. The 10-cent superfecta, $181.20. 16.105 fast track. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track. Cheers to all who tuned in. There's the note, today's winner of the $100 Jockey's Agent Contest. Congratulations to Mary Jo. Live racing resumes on Wednesday and Thursday post time from 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today. From the broadcast booth for now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. All good. Off the Tuesday finale. He's tough, broke sharp. Apolitical wins also coming with a bid to lead the maiden past the 220, but Apolitical wins is jinking in. It's Apolitical wins from He's Tough, and here's Coco Poppy, who's launching late. Apolitical Lady wins, has won it from He's Tough and Coco Poppy with KV Power. All good. Off the Tuesday finale. He's tough, broke sharp. Apolitical wins also coming with a bid to lead the maiden past the 220, but Apolitical wins is jinking in. It's Apolitical wins from He's Tough, and here's Coco Poppy, who's launching late. Apolitical Lady wins, has won it from He's Tough and Coco Poppy with KV Power back in fourth.